Hello everyone, I'm Rosanna from All Gifts Matter and welcome to this digital workshop. A little about me. I am Italian, hence English is not my first language. However, I have been living in the United Kingdom since 1998 and I do have a degree in art and photography. I do hope you find my accent clear and easy to understand. And in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to hand sculpt a dragon using Raku modeling clay. So by the end of it, you will be able to make your very own dragon. I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for the support that you show me, and you really have helped my confidence, and I hope you get the most from this tutorial. Anyhow, before I get too emotional, we better get started. So I'm going to switch camera view and focus on my hands so you can see what I'm doing in details. So enjoy! Okay, let's get started. First thing first, I'm going to go through some basics and I'm going to show you the tools that I use. Some will be necessary, some are optional, but I'm just going to show you what I use. So first thing is a lazy Susan. So you are going to need a turnable of some sort. You can have, this is a wooden one that I bought from IKEA, and I love it because it's big and I can build everything on the same space. And you can get plastic ones, you know, for cakes, or if you are a professional and you are been into clay, pottery for a while, you will have a banding wheel. Obviously all that is good. It's much easier to turn your table as opposed to having to rotate and move the dragon about, because obviously at the fragile state it can break when the clay is still soft. So you're going to need that, and then you are going to need 2 stiff boards of a sort. This is plywood. I use plywood, and you're going to need this to build on. So one is going to be for the wings, and then we're going to put that to one side, and then you need another one to build the dragon onto. Maybe you can use some canvas board, as long as it's something that is hard, because then when you can, you can move it around and not risk of breaking things. So that's that. Then you're going to need a couple of brushes. You're going to need a couple of brushes such as this one. I mean, any brushes will do, not too big. You're going to need them for your slip and for your smoothing and, dipping water and that. You are going to need a needle tool. There's several on the market, such as I have a stainless steel one and a wooden one, and they're both good nevertheless. You are going to need some, a clay knife or a knife. It would be better, it doesn't have to be, this is not like an actual knife, it's more about the point of it, because when the knife is small, it's very thin like this, not wide. Basically when you cut through the clay, it doesn't drag the clay, and then the cut is a little bit smoother. So that's why I use an actual pottery one, but you can use any knife. You're then going to need some smoothing tools. There are plenty on the market. You can get plastic ones. You can make your own. I make my own out of wood many times. I like working with wooden tools. So this is like from a cake making set. But the smoothing tool at the end here is very good. And this side is also good because it goes into tight spaces and stuff. And this is a wooden one that I made, and that's smoothing tools. If you can get also stainless steel ones, these are also very good. A little bit more expensive, but very good nevertheless. And also you can improvise. Let's say you have a bamboo spoon such as this one, which I had from a meal kit I bought a while ago. I always save, I recycle everything, so that's this, and this is very smooth, and it's actually really good to smooth like large surfaces. Or if you don't have that, and perhaps you have a bamboo skewer, again, you can use the point for things, making holes and whatever. And then this side you can reshape if you have a bit of sandpaper and make it nice and smooth, and then you can use it as a smoothing tool. So yeah, you have many options. Ice cream sticks. I use ice cream sticks as well. You know, always save ice cream sticks, especially bamboo ones. They're a bit stronger. So that's that. As again, like I said, you can make your handmade tools. So you're going to need something like this, for example, because we are going to poke a hole through the body of the dragon. So you are going to need something to poke a hole with, possibly long-ish. So that's that, but I'm sure you can come up with your own tools. I'm sure if you're watching this video, you are a creative person. So take a look around the house and see what you can come up with. So there's a semicircle tool, which is part of the same cake set I was showing you. It's this one. You can see here. I hope it's clear enough. And I use this to make scales with. I will show you later how. However, if you don't have one of these, you can also use a straw or any sort of similar tube that you can cut in half and then turn it into a semicircle. Now the only thing about the straw is that you can only use it on soft clay, because the straw obviously is quite flimsy. So yeah, I do recommend if you find something a little bit harder than a straw, but if you don't, you can use this to do scales with. Also, things that you will have laying around the house, such as the inside of a pen. Now, if you go on the back, it's like a little circle. So what I do with that, I just poke it in gently into the clay, and it creates a really nice effect. And I quite like it on the face of the dragon, as you can see on this one. So that's very useful. Everyone has a pen, so that's one more tool you can use. Then I use a silicone brush. Again, I use it for smoothing. Not necessary, but I really like it. So if you have one of these, they can come quite handy when smoothing. It's just, yeah, silicone point. Then DIY tool again. If we are going to need something that is like an arrow shaped, such as, let me show you, such as this one. You see that? Now, if you don't have one of these, you can make your own. If you have a ice cream stick. So basically you will just reshape the front of that, well, one side, and then you have this shape. Because I'm going to show you with this, we're going to make the nails, well, the claws of the dragon, and I will show you later how we're going to do that. So we are going to need a scoring tool, which again is either a needle tool, which you can use, or if you have an actual scoring rib, you can use a scoring rib. I use this one. I really like it because it's got this little, you know, a small end. However, if you don't have that, you might have access to an old comb, and I have made several scoring tools with an old comb. You are just going to cut it to size however you prefer, like so. Like, I've cut this little one because if I need to score a small area, and then it's up to you. But an old comb, it actually works really well because it's very good at scoring. So that's that. You can also find this type. Find it. Here we go. It's got like a metal bristle at the end. That's another one that you find on the market. Very good for scoring also. Then we are going to talk about the clay. I use Raku modeling clay, which is a grogged clay. I mean, this is now already cut to size and the weight that we are going to need. So I would use a clay with a little bit of grog in it because they are a little bit stronger when you're hand building. So, however, I suppose you could try also a good quality air dry clay if you don't have access to a kiln. It's up to you. But this is Raku crank clay. That's this. By now you should have it all measured up if you started to watch the video. Now, ribs. When you lay a slab, you compress the clay so that if there is any air bubble, when you compress it, they come to the surface. I will show you later how it works. However, this is from Wood Tools. These are professional ones. I really like this one. This is a yellow. It's a very softish one. It's very good for compressing clay and smoothing things. You can also find metal ones. This is like a metal kidney. So that's good too. And if you don't have any of these, you can always have an old store card or credit card. I have used these in the past and they work for me. Also, with the credit card, again, you can cut it into slices and you can make different tool shapes at the end, such as this one. If you don't have ice cream stick, you can use the card. That will work very well. That's that for you. You're gonna need a rolling pin of a sort. Any rolling pin that you have is good. I have this one, which I bought not long ago, and it comes with the rubber rings. So all the rubber rings have a different depth, and so this is I use these to measure the thickness of the clay when I'm rolling a slab. And this time we are going to use a 7mm one, which is that. However, not everyone has this rolling pin, so what you can also use for thickness is some wooden sticks, such as these. These are just wooden sticks, and these are both 7mm. Turn it this way. And you can just find these at the hardware store, I assume, or anything that is 7mm, but it's hard and it's not going to, you know, dent, for example, with when you're rolling, because otherwise your clay would be all uneven. So you need something that is hard and 7mm thick. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna put your clay in the middle, your sticks to the side, and then you are going to start from the middle, roll out, back to the middle, roll down, different direction. Then you're going to flip it over and do it again. And then obviously you will know, you'll try your pattern on your wing anyway. And then when the slab is ready, you will know, because the clay doesn't move anymore, which means it's 7mm thick, and you're ready to cut out your shape. So these are very useful, and you will, I mean, you can do it by eye, you know, if you're experienced, of course, but I still use my little rings or sticks. And in fact, I also have a slab roller, but not everyone has one of those, so I'm going to use basic tools to show you today. Well, also we're going to need some slip. The slip is the clay body that you're using and mixed with water. Now, if you never made slip before, basically you get all little bits of the clay that you're going to use to build your sculpture, and you wait for it to dry, then you break it all up in small pieces or dust. I mean, some people also have a dedicated blender for making their slip. Anyhow, when you've got all the dust and the dry clay, you put it in a container, put water in it, and give it a good mix until you achieve the consistency that you like. I prefer mine very creamy, but it's up to you, as long as you have some slip, because you will need it to connect all your parts together, and it's very necessary to make it all strong. So that's the slip. Then you are going to need a little pot of water, just so you can dip your brush in it, or perhaps your finger if you want to smoothen some bit and the clay is getting a little bit dry. You just put your finger in the water and smooth over things. You are going to need support props. Now, support props, I tend to use this. I'm going to give you some ideas, of course. You've got foam from an old mattress or a cushion, and different kind of foam that you may come across. I never throw away foam. You can also use polystyrene. I find it a little messy, but if you only have polystyrene, that would work. You can buy these foam noodles from the hardware store. It's used for piping, but I really like these. They're very inexpensive and they work a treat. You can use a big sponge, like a car cleaning sponge, and you cut it to size, and you can use that. And you can also use kitchen sponges, such as this one. Again, all very useful. If you don't have any sponges, you can also use the inside of toilet roll. Again, you can cut this to size if you need, and kitchen roll, cut to size, whichever size you need. That's also very useful, or can be. Then you're going to need your pattern, which you will have with your PDF. Now, if you want to keep the pattern before you cut it out, what I do most times with my pattern, I will laminate them and then cut it out afterwards, so you've got a long-lasting pattern. Or you can cut your pattern out of a craft foam sheet, and then you can keep it for quite a while. It will last longer. However, you're going to need your pattern, whichever one you decide to use. So that's that. A plastic bag, like any thin carrier bag, or what you can use is cling film, you know, kitchen film. That will help, and I use it to smooth my clay around the edges. You just put it over and smooth. Yeah, I find it much better if I do it just with my finger. So I just put the bag over it. I will show you as we go along. You might need some kitchen roll, or this is blue roll. It's more like used for hardware sort of thing. You might want to use it if you find that your clay is sticking to your board. You might put this in between so that it doesn't stick. So that's that. Kitchen roll would work. Don't just use normal paper, because it will get soggy and then it will stick to your clay. So I tend to use better quality paper that is kind of somewhat water, you know, resistant in a way. So that's that. You're gonna need some wet wipes, or I use baby wipes, or you can use a damp cloth if you don't have wipes. And then I also have some spatulas that I use sometimes, also good for smoothing and making patterns. Like, you can press it into the clay and then you'll have some pattern. It's all, you know, obviously optional, but it's up to you if you have anything like that. That is going to be really good. And I think this is it for tools. Apart from, you're going to need a container, a spare container for where you're going to put your scrap clay in. And also you can keep in there, which is what I do, the sort of extra clay that I need to make all the little bits to attach. I always keep a container where I put the scrap clay in one half and the good clay in the other half. And then what I do is, on the scrap clay, and before I put the clay away, I have a spray bottle, and I just spray water on it everywhere, and then I close, and then it will keep nice and moist for whenever I need to use it. In this next stage, I just want to show you the basics of scoring, slipping, smoothing and blending and cross-hatching. So if you are a beginner, these will be very useful to you. If you aren't a beginner, you can skip this step, or if you're curious, keep looking. Now, let's start with the little basic. Like, let's say this is the beginning of a head, and this is a horn, and let's say you want to put the horn on the dragon's head, right? So you're gonna decide where you want it, just press gently, so you'll end up with a little bit of a smudge of a, well, you know, to mark the spot where you're going to add the horn. And then you're going to score, meaning with your needle tool you just create small indents in the part where you want to attach your piece, and then you cross hatch going the other direction, so you've got a little bit of a scratch surface. Don't go too deep in, otherwise you will create some air pocket and then everything will explode in the kiln. So you just need a slight rough edge for the clay, for the other piece to attach, to grab onto. Then you'll get your horn and you'll do the same. You score gently, cross hatch, go the other way. And then you're going to grab your brush with a little dab of slip, like so, and then you're going to get your head like so, put it into place where you want it, press gently, very gently, and wiggle side to side. And then once you've done that and you see all the slip has come out, you are going to smooth with your finger, if you can. Smooth all around nicely so that you have a good connection and no air pockets in between the two pieces that you connected. And then if you like, you can shape your horn however you like. And you see, sometimes you get little cracks when you're bending clay like so. So you're going to support this if that happens, and give it a good smooth over, making sure the crack goes all the way through. And then you have your horn attached and it's not falling off because you've made a good joint. Yeah, I'll show you once again with something bigger. Right, let's say this is your jaw, so this is the top of your head, that's the eye sockets, your nose, yeah, so that's the inside of your mouth. This is your bottom jaw. So let's say you want to have it open, so you position it. What I suggest you do, you mark with your needle tool where the jaw is going to go. You mark all the way around like so. So you end up with these lines here, and you are going to score and cross hatch in between your marks like so. Cross hatch, so you have a nice little rough surface like that. You're going to do the same on the other piece that you are connecting. Cross hatch, like this, and then again you're going to grab your slip and just dab a little bit on the cross hatch bit, put it into place, make sure it's where you want it to be. Let's say like this, gently press and wiggle side to side gently. So now that's in place and you're happy with it, you're going to blend onto the back of the head like so, and make a nice smooth. So you're going to, when I say blend, you're going to grab the slip that's come out. You know, when you pressed, obviously the excess slip is going to come out, and also you're going to grab a tiny bit amount of the clay from the piece that you've attached and drag it onto the back. And so now your jaw is going nowhere. See, you've made a strong connection. And this is very important, because when you connect things, if there's any little air pocket in between the two pieces that you connected, or any little crack, that is a weak point, and it will crack or explode in your kiln. So it's very important that you connect all the pieces properly. So that's what I wanted to show you quickly. And then the other thing is the little arrow shape tool, which is this one, or the one that you are going to make on your own with your ice cream stick. I'm going to show you how to use this one, just in case you have to make one yourself with a stick, or, as I said, a credit card of some sort. So this is your foot. You are going to support your foot or your hand, whatever. You're going to support your toes, fingers, and then you're going to grab your arrow, press gently, wiggle side to side, and then you drag the clay down, and then like this you will form a claw, and then you squeeze the sides like so. See? Is that clear? And we'll do it again. You grab your toe, you press gently, wiggle side to side, and drag down, and then squeeze the front. So that's create a nail. And obviously then you smooth it as you need. And again, just once more, you press, twist, and drag, and pinch. And then you have your foot. And then once it dries, well, obviously, this is now, I broke it. I had made one just to show you, but the toe has come off. However, you can quickly have a look what it will be kind of when it's dried. So that's what you have. That has also his little arm attached to it. So that's that. And then also we have a webbed foot that we can make depending on what kind of foot you want to have. This is a webbed foot. And again, you're going to need this tool to achieve that. So let's say you squeeze this. Now if you wanted a webbed foot, I mean obviously we wouldn't start from this stage, but you will press this kind of halfway down between the toes, and then you create a little webbed foot. But obviously again, like, we'll create the foot from scratch, so I'll show you how to achieve like a better webbed foot, but that is the kind of the tool that you will need to do that. So that's that for now. I think we are ready to start on the wings. Okay, so we are ready for the wings. Let's get started with that, shall we? Now, by now you should have your cutout of whichever design you've decided, or perhaps your own design. I have cut it out, but also I have traced it onto craft foam, because then I will keep it a long time and I can use it over and over again. I'm going to use these big ones for this dragon. Now you need to make sure you will make a left and a right, so they have to be mirrored, and other than that we are good to go. So first thing first, we are going to grab one of the 200 grams slab little piece of clay. I'm just going to squash it a little with our fingers first. Like so. And then you're going to grab your rolling pin and either the sticks or whatever else you have that is 7mm, so that you will have a 7mm slab. And I'll start from the middle and gently roll, and middle and roll, and again then I will take it off, turn it, rotate it, and again gently roll. Obviously you want to put the sticks on this board, not on the bottom one, because you want to make sure that it's 7mm. The reason why I did that is because I know how best to do it for me. Again, if you get a little crack, just push the clay back together. And I'm going to rotate this once more. And this is ready now for me. So that's your first slab. Now we are going to compress the clay a little, which means just with one of your tools, either the rib or a metal kidney or your card, you just gently smooth the clay over. And now sometimes you get little air pocket and they come to the surface and you can see them. If you do find any of those, there isn't any in my case because my clay was wedged. If you do find one, you'll just get your needle tool, you poke your little air pocket, and then you just smooth over, and then there is no more air pocket. So now there are different ways of doing the wings and the decoration of your wings. It's really up to you. I'm going to show you how I'm going to do it for this dragon and just give you a couple of ideas. What you can do is have a nice pattern. Let's say you want a whimsical dragon. So what you can do is you will roll a lace, a doily, or any pattern that you like. So let's say I have this one. I'm going to just roll it just for the sake of this demonstration and then use it as a wing. So if you're going to do this, you want to do your pattern first. Either use, whichever rolling pin you have. I also have another rolling pin, which is only a small one, and press gently. I use this for small things. Right, so now you have a pattern. If you are going to do it this way, you'd want to do the pattern first and then cut out the shape. So you have this pattern now on the wing, okay? Now you grab your left or right wing and you place it over the top of your slab, like so. And you grab your needle tool and carefully trace around it as best as you can. And save your little scraps to one side because you might need some of that in a minute. Like so. There we go. So we traced the first wing. Now it's up to you whether you want to leave it as it is, like the pattern as it is like that, or you still want your lines. If you do, you'll get a little tool such as like something, a round tool like this one, and then you can just press on, and then you get the line at the bottom, and then you can make it better if you wish, but you should get a little bit of a mark onto your clay, so you can see where the clay is not as the pattern isn't as strong, so you can see that, and then you can retrace it with your tool like this. And then what I would do is grab either tissue paper, not tissue paper, sorry, kitchen film, or this is from a bin liner, just a thin piece of plastic. Now I put it over it, and I smooth all around the edges gently. Don't press too hard because you don't want to thin the clay too much. Define your point if you wish. You can smooth the corners in the middle, only at the bottom. Get rid of the sharp edge, so that it's kind of nice and smooth at the end, like this. However, the bit on the wing where it says connect, you want to leave this as thick as possible, 7mm, because that's the bit that we will connect to the dragon, and it needs to be strong. So you're going to leave that like that. Now take off the plastic, and you see, nice and smooth around the edges. This part you're leaving it alone, and I would just smoothing the bit where you put the line. Now you can use a smoothing tool, and then you finger again, or you can use a brush, a little delicate brush with a bit of water on. Like this. So that's what you would do if you want the pattern, or you can just have the pattern without the line and just leave it as it is, because then it will actually look a bit like scales, if you like. So that's one way. Or if you want it flat without the pattern, you will lay a slab, and then you will straight away trace your wing like so. Trace your lines, and then I'll show you what you can do with the lines. There are two ways of doing this. Like one, you will put your finger underneath the line and you pinch. You pinch your clay up, only gently. You don't want to grab too much clay, because otherwise the wing will go too thin, and you don't want that, because otherwise it's too fragile. So you put your finger underneath where you're going to be pinching, and you pinch, 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 all the way to the top there. Now you can either leave the pinch shape as it is, which will give a nice texture. It's quite interesting on dragon if you do it properly. Or you can smooth it all around. It's up to you, and have it however you want. Then underneath you would just do this. That's what I do anyway, but you can, if you like, put any pattern you prefer underneath also. It really is up to you if you wanted to do that, but you won't be able to see the wings underneath much. You just see a little bit. So I usually just leave it plain, and I just make a little bit of a smooth mark there where the line is at the top. Now the other way of doing it, if you don't want to do the pinching bit, is you will get a little bit of clay, a little bit of your scrap clay like this, and then you make a little coil. So you just smoothen the corners like that. So what I do is, when you have your little coil, you can either do it like this so that it's completely rounded, or just do it with your fingers like I did before. And then you will grab the top and just pinch into a point and push down and pinch. You push down and pinch. So you are left with this. You have a flat bit at the bottom, which is the bit that you're going to attach to your wing, and then you have the pinched corner at the top, and then you get your wing. You measure it, you see what, you know, you measure where you want it, where your line is. You line it up and have a look. Now you want that corner, the point, to be there. So you just take that little bit off where the point is, and then you are going to lift this off again. Grab your needle tool and score all along the line where the piece is going to go. Cross hatch, go the other way around. Do the same on your piece that you're going to be attaching. Cross hatch. Like so. Then you grab your brush, dab a little bit of slip. If the clay is very soft, I wouldn't put too much slip. And then you will put into place and gently press and wiggle. Press and wiggle. Get rid of the bits you don't need. Smooth. Again, your point. Well, you can define your point after you've smoothed the rest. And now you are going to smooth the edges like so. If you can't with your fingers, you can use your smoothing tool, such as this one, for example. So see, with this you can go in the corner and just smooth down gently. Don't press too hard. Whenever you're smoothing, just press gently otherwise you will damage things. So now is smoothing. Get your finger again and obviously make it as smooth as you wish and shape as much as you like, but that is how you would do it if you want to do it this way. I prefer pinching, but I thought I'd show you also this way so you have an option. And then you can go back and either pinch a bit if you want to pinch. I mean, when you do this way, you don't have to pinch it. You can do different shape on top, such as, you know, you just grab your needle tool, you make a little bit of a shape like this if you wish. Really is up to you. So then you have a little bit of a pattern there, or you can just keep it nice and pointy like it would be at the beginning when you do it. It's up to you what you do with it. And then I would gently turn it around and again just make a little indent where the lines would be parallel to the top line and to the point, and then you'll do that. It will also help these little indents that you do at the back, they'll also help the wing to sort of go shape rounded, because I'm going to show you, we're going to put it onto some support so that it firms up and is curvy, so that it will give movement to our dragon when we are going to attach it at the end. The wing attachment is at the end of it all. And you got the last line. I am going to pinch it because I do prefer pinching. So pinch, pinch, pinch. And that's that. Again, as I said, it's up to you whether you want everything smooth or you like it a little bit shabby. That is a personal preference. I like both. So, but I make a few of these, so I do it differently every time, or I try anyway. So now you have your wing. You want to make sure that this connect part is nice and intact. I wouldn't do much with this because we need a nice area to be able to attach it and be a strong connection with the dragon. So at this stage, when you finish with your smoothing and patterns and whatever else it is that you would like to add, as long as you don't disrupt the structure of the wing, you can do whatever you like. Just don't press too deep into your wing and don't damage the structure of the wing, because otherwise it will crack and you don't want that. Now, so you got your wing, then you're gonna get your support. And what I do, so think of the wing is going to go like that at the back of the dragon, so you want that bit to be sort of on the board, and then you rotate your support as you want it, and then you let it drape down like that. And if you need extra support underneath because it's not curvy enough, you know, obviously you want the curve that you like. I prefer both ends touching the floor, so there is no risk of the wing cracking. So this is how I'm going to leave this now. Obviously I'm going to do the other one, and then I will get back to you. Okay, so I've done my other wing. Here it is. So this was the left wing, and that's the right one. So I'm going to leave them to dry opposite to one another. So I'll get my other foam piece, put these end on the ground, on the board, not quite on the ground, and then this bit underneath, and I try to mirror what I've done with the other one. And this is what you would do. You make sure that they are both as similar as you can. And then we are going to put this to one side, and they're going to firm up a little bit. Now my wings obviously are going to be odd because obviously I am showing you all different things, but it will be a very interesting dragon and a non-symmetrical dragon. Should be fun. So this is the wings, and now we are going to start on the body, and we are going to leave the wings to one side and use them when we are ready, which is towards the, well, pretty much is the last thing you want to do, is put the wings on the dragon. Okay, doke. And I will be back in a second. Okay, so we're now going to do the body, the main body. So you're going to need the big block of clay, a big rectangle. And then after we've done with that, you're going to need some sort of supporting prop. And I will show you what for. So you're going to grab your other board, because now that's where we are going to build the dragon on. Now first of all, you're going to, just using your hand, shape, get rid of all the sharp edges, all the corners, and just have a nice feel of the clay, and just do not leave one end big like this. Do not make these end smaller. Okay, we are going to smooth the whole piece to make like a long sort of tail. But we want to keep the front, which will be the shoulders. We want to keep that big as it is. So you can start smoothing it with your hand, so there's no more corners, and you've got like a kind of a carrot or parsnip shape. Smooth the clay all the way, and then because it's only a small piece, I just roll it between my hands and then extend it a little bit at a time, so that it goes to a point. Or if you prefer, you can just roll it on your board gently, don't press too hard, otherwise the shape won't be as nice. Of course, you can have it as long as you like. If you want to use more clay to make the body, you're very welcome. If you want to make a very funky tail, you're welcome to do that. You know, like a spiral tail or whatever. I keep it kind of simple, not completely simple. I do like to give it a shape, but I don't like anything too complicated. So then you decide when you're ready. And so you see the shape is kind of like a very long tail, just that we are going to prop these up this way, and these are going to be the shoulders, and this, the end is going to be the tail. So just pay attention to smoothing everything. I will not use a sponge because this is grobbed clay. If you use a sponge, you are wiping the clay away, and what you're left with is the grog, which is very sandy and rough, and you don't want that really, unless, I mean, you want it on purpose. You want a very rough grainy surface, of course you can do if you want. Once you're ready with your tail, and you have it as long as you like, well, your body and your tail, now you are ready to prop the front up, put a support under. So this is going to be your body, your shoulders are going to be here, and your neck here somewhere, and then the wings are going to go here. What I usually do, I just put this right facing me, but this is all your personal, obviously personal thing, you don't have to, but I like to sort of make an indent as if this is a spine, just that fades halfway. So I just like to define the spine a little bit. Everything's going to be changed anyway, but I just like to, I quite like that on my dragons. You don't have to, but I'm just going to show you how I make mine. So you've got that. The next thing you're going to do, in fact, before propping that up, you could leave it like this, but it can be risky because it might have some air pockets inside, and you know, it will explode once in the kiln. So I prefer to poke a hole at the bottom, sort of going from the bottom to the top here. I'm going to show you before you prop it up. I should have. So you'll pull your finger where you've done that mark, you put this straight, and then somewhere at the bottom here where you're not going to be able to see, you fold it over a bit so that you can go straight. You will feel inside, and then you will just push. You don't have to come out at the top, but it does help if you put your finger there. You can feel the wood going in, and then you take it back out, just smoothing the area where you made a hole a little bit so it doesn't crack there. just a bit. You see that? And then what happens is the piece will dry faster, because this is quite a chunky piece. So with the fact that it has a hole almost all the way to the top, it should help the drying process. Now after that, you can get your little support prop, put it underneath, kind of about a couple of inches from the top. You put it there, so you have this kind of shape, you can see. And then what you're going to do, you are going to shape your tail. So just think that your shoulders are here, this is your back, your wings are going to be here, your back legs are going to be here, and all of this you can shape it the way you want it. You can either have it lifting up and then going down this way and side, it really is up to you. I'm going for this one, I'm going to do a side wave, gently smooth it, following the curve that I want. And then I'm going to lift this up, and this end you just want to chop it up because we're going to attach the tail tip on here. So you do that, you shape your tail nicely the way you want it, and then you grab another piece of foam and you will put that at the bottom of the tail, so the tail is nice and supported. There you go. So that's good so far. Now for your tail tip, you can literally have whatever you prefer. You can have a heart shape, a triangle shape, a feather. Literally the possibilities are endless. It's up to you and what you like. So you would either shape it with by hand, or you can just roll a little slab of clay about half a centimeter thick, something like this, and then you can either cut out a shape like a triangle, for example, like this. So you have a triangle, then you smoothen all the edges, get rid of all the sharp edges, make it nice and curvy if you like. This. You can have a pattern on it. You can make, for example, with the arrow tool, like that. Make an indent in it and then smooth it over. Or you could use your needle tool and just have some lines on it. Literally whatever you like goes. It's up to you. You can maybe make a completely different pattern, make a flower on it, or you can have the actual tip shaped as a heart, for example. So you would put out a heart if you wish. and then shape it the way you want it. If you want a nice sweet little dragon and you want to give it as a present, maybe to your mom, to your loved one or whatever, you can make a really cute little heart, for example, and then score it and put it on here. You could have initials on it, you know, it's all up to you and what you like. For this dragon, I have made a little arrow triangular piece. Not perfect, and it doesn't have to be, it's whatever you like. So I've made this shape. I have made a little pattern at the front of it. I left the back without the pattern, although if I want I can add it towards the end. But yeah, I've made this, and then what I'm going to do is grab my needle tool. I'm going to score, cross hatch the end of the tail like so, score and cross hatch the tip. Then I'm going to grab a little tiny bit of slip and dab it on, and then gently hold on to my tail, and then you decide how do you want it, whether you want it sideways like that or the other way or backwards. I don't think it would look good, but anyway, I'm going to have it straight-ish, just maybe tilting a touch, and then you will wiggle and press down gently like so, and then you will grab a smoothing tool like this one, and you will smooth it all the way around. So you will grab the slip that's come out and a little bit of the clay from the tip and drag it over to your tail, and then go all the way around doing the same thing. The front, like that, and the other side. And after you feel it's nice and smooth, you just move that a second and then give it a nice smooth with your fingertip. All the way around. Depends how much of a perfectionist you are as well. A lot of artists prefer shabby finish, and I love it. I love shabby finish, but when I make my pieces, in my OCD doesn't allow me, unfortunately. But I do enjoy watching other artists. They leave all the texture on their pieces. It looks really nice. It's just that it doesn't feel right when I do it. So everything is smooth. So when that's done, you will position your other support for your tail, and then we will be ready for the next step. So next step is feet. Now, I'm going to get a little piece of clay from your scrap clay or the piece that you had ready. And we are going to make a little small slab, about 7mm thick, or even 1/2 centimeter should be okay. And then we have two types of feet. You can have webbed feet or non-webbed feet. I'm going to show you both. And in this case, I'm going to make 2 webbed feet for the back legs. Oops. Right, always be careful what you do. And cut your nails. I would suggest to have short nails for working with clay. Anyway, so if you want webbed feet, you're going to cut out a little triangle. The size is up to you really, like, and how you know how big your feet you want, how big your feet you want, and how big your dragon is going to be. I mean, these, I think for this dragon might be a little bit too big, so I'm just going to make it kind of a little bit smaller than this triangle, and we'll see how that goes. So you want to have a look at how big your feet are going to be, and then you're going to cut 2 triangles the same, like this, and then kind of the same. Obviously it doesn't have to be exactly, but you want it to be more or less similar. So cut that bit off, and this bit as well, and so put these on that side, and we have 2 triangles. Now you're gonna smooth the edges of this triangle, a little bit, and then we are going to make a 3 toes claw and 3 toes foot. So we have the triangle nice and smooth to start with. Like that. Yeah. So what you want to do is get a semicircle tool if you have it, or your straw, and then space equally, like try it first so that you have, otherwise your middle toe is going to end up being very small. So you want to space the bit that you're going to cut out evenly-ish, so that you have 3 toes more or less similar. And then you are either going to use this semicircle tool to begin with and cut a semicircle out of that, and then cut the other one out. So you have now 3 toes, right? 1, 2, 3. And then what you're going to do, you grab your arrow tool like that, and you're going to half press in between the toes like this, and then drag it down a bit, right? Then after you've done that, you'll grab the semicircle tool again, and you just take off a little bit more of the web bit, like this. So you end up with that. And when I say half press, you know, you're kind of pressing, but you're still leaving quite a little bit of the area there. Yeah, you're not going too deep down, because otherwise it's going to crack. You need a little bit of strength. Now, once you've done that, you will pinch the side and get rid of sharp corners and smoothen things that need smoothing, like that little bit of clay there, like that. Then you're gonna smooth, check the bottom is fine. Yeah, and you smooth each toe gently at the top here where the web is, and then the actual toe you smooth, pinch, and round it up like this. You can take as long as you like, within limits, because we don't want this to dry too much, because then it's complicated. And then you'll do the last one, get rid of sharp edges like that. And so we now have this. Okay, now you have to think about that your leg is going to attach here, so perhaps this bit should have been a little bit bigger, let's say. So, but this is how you would do it, right? And then the next step is you will grab again your arrow tool, or the one that you made, let's say, with ice cream stick, and we'll do what we did at the beginning when I was showing you some of the tricks. So you're going to support your foot, you're going to press, twist side to side and drag. So when you drag, you form a nail at the bottom. And again, press side to side and drag, and then pinch. And again. There you go. And pinch. Now this clay is getting a little bit dry, so yeah, I was lying. You have to do it quite quickly. And try to handle the clay really as less as possible. The more you handle it, the drier it gets. So you've got this now. So let's say this is your foot, okay? Well, it is your foot. Let's say this is the back. Now this point, I like to make it into a little bit of a spike. So I'm just gonna do that. At the bottom, you don't really have to do any marks or anything, because obviously you're not going to see that, but it really is up to you. So what I tend to do is after, when the dragon is all already constructed, I just maybe make a couple of marks on the side, like this, if you know what I mean, like that. So it looks like, you know, there's a little bit of a detail, like so. You can do it on both ends. So it looks like the bit where the toes bend, like that. But again, it isn't necessary. But let's say this is the back, okay, the back foot. And then at the top, if you like, you can grab your needle tool and bend your toes a little bit, not too, not too much so that it cracks. And you can, don't push it like this up like that, just twist it to the side, and then it will just make that, see, and make a little bit of a knuckle, if you like, just a bit more detail like that. So that's one back foot, and that's the webbed foot. So I'm going to make this other one. Quickly. If you don't have the semicircle tool, you can get your needle tool and just cut a piece like round like that. That will work too. But I do have one, so I use it. Your little arrow piece. Make the web on both sides. Like so. Now here we go. Use that one if you like. Cut a little bit more. Make the web smaller, otherwise it looks like a duck foot. Unless you like it looking like a duck foot, it's up to you. Then you're going to pinch and move in your toes all around. Middle one, like so, and pinch the end, and the last one, like that. So you have this, and again, you're going to do the nails, or claws, whatever you want to call it. Press, drag, and pinch. Middle one, press, jiggle, drag, and pinch. And again, press, twist, and pull, and pinch. And that's the other foot done. Similar enough. Now, just move that a little bit more if you want. Don't have to. I'm going to do a little incision at the bottom for where the foot bent, like that. You can do this later, but while I'm at it, I might do it there. Yeah, bend your toes a touch, not too much, otherwise it'll crack. And then needle tool, and we do a couple of marks for knuckles. And the little spike at the back. There you go. So you've got 2 back feet, and these are webbed. Now I'm going to show you how you would do the non-webbed feet. It's a similar thing. You don't need a triangle. You can actually shape it with your hand. So you'll start with, let's say, more like an oval, really, than a triangle. Let's say you start with this. Okay, so you cut some ovals like that. Have to be 100% the same. You can always add or remove clay, it's up to you. Now you've got these 2, let's say these are the front ones. You would smooth this again, like I said before. Get rid of all the sharp edges and little bits and bobs sticking out. So that you start with a smooth foot. We'll do both, and then I'm just going to show you how you do the other kind of foot. And then it's up to you which one you use for your dragon. For these one, like I said, I'm using the webbed feet for the back, and then I'm going to use these for the front. They're very similar, but not the same. It's a different process. Right, so let's say you have this 2 pieces. There you go. These are your feet. So you grab your first one, you get your knife, and you make sure you space it equally and you cut straight, and you kind of go not halfway, just a little bit less than half, and you kind of try and space it equally, say like that. Then you do 1 cut and the second cut, so you have 3 toes, fingers, claws. Then you would space them a little bit, just be careful, be mindful of the corners, because they do crack, but it's not exactly major at this point. So you spread it open like that, one at a time, and you would pinch and smoothen the edges. Again, same for the middle one. Always support it from below. Pinch, 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 and support it. And then the other one, support from below and round the edges. And so you have this. And then you have the 2 toes, right? Then you can sort of bend it a little bit if you like this. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing that we did before with the arrow tool, if I can find it. There it is, found it. And then we do the nails again, the claws again. So press, twist, and drag and pinch. Press, twist, drag and pinch. Yeah. And the last one, press, twist and drag and pinch. And there you have a different type, and that could do for the front. Now same thing, you grab your needle tool and you can make a few marks for the knuckles and the, you know, the folds and that, and just, and if you like you can make a spike on this foot as well, but I'm not going to for this one. I'm just going to leave it like this. Now you could, if you wanted, squeeze this together, or you can leave it like this. It's up to you. And I would just grab something that fits here and just a little bit of pressure, just to make sure it doesn't crack in between the toes, because that's a weak point, you see. So just smoothing the clay out a little bit, and that's your first front. Okie doke. And I'm just going to do the other one, and then we are ready to do the legs and the arms. And spread gently, one at a time. Smooth in the sides and the middle toe. Just pinch the top. Get rid of the harsh edges. And this one last. There you have it. Second one. And then just move the middle bit. And then we'll do the toenail. And bend it a touch. Give it a bit more shape and movement. And then press, twist and drag and pinch. Press, twist and drag and pinch. Press, twist, drag and pinch. And here you have the other one. Let's shape the back a little bit. And then we'll grab our needle tool and we'll make some lines in the joint with more detail. And there you have front and back. Now we're ready for the legs. Okay, so we're back. We're now going to do the legs and attach them to the feet and then attach them to the body. Before we do that though, I would like you to grab the front, being careful not to break anything, and I just want you to round the bottom going up like this. See, so that you have a bit of a curve. These will be the chest. Just round it up all around, actually, even a bit the back. We don't want a square, we don't want any edges there, so that's that there. And now it's nice and rounded. And then put it back on your support. And we are good to go with the legs. There we go. Right, so we've got this nice shape here. And from that side, got a nice curvy shape there. Okay, now the legs and the arms. I'm using this just to show you. So the front, you will have an elbow. So let's say this is your foot and this is your elbow. So your leg at the front will bend slightly this way, so it bends backwards like that. But your back, you still have your foot facing that direction, but the back will bend the other way. So, and you will bend quite a bit. It will be like this. So the knee is going to be at the front. This is going to be the top of the leg, and that's your foot. So I just got the easiest thing so I could show you. So yeah, the back is going to be like so, and the front is going to be like that. Very important that you get that right. So I'm going to do a front and a back for you. Now, when we are attaching the leg, we need to change the support to something a little bit smaller because we need this space. So just grab anything else that you have that is a bit smaller than the other support that you have, if you have anything big, and try to leave the sides free. So I've got that, I just turned it the other way like so, and then I have plenty of room to work on my legs. Okay, and that's that done. Now I'm gonna do a back and a front so I can show you. Now grab your clay that you have already cut for your legs, like the measurements that I put on the PDF and the weight, and we're gonna make little carrot. So keep the top about a couple of centimeters round, and only extend. I do it between my hands because it's easier this way for me. But if you like, you can do it on a board, on your board. Just twist the palm of your hand like that, and then you are only pressing towards the bottom to create the carrot shape like this. Okay, so let's say this is the front. Don't worry about the excess because we are going to blend it in, and this is going to be your shoulder also, so that's okay. So you've got this for now. What I'm going to do is cut the point a little bit. That's going to be the bit that we are going to connect the foot through, or your hand. So you've got that. And now what you want to do, so we said this is your front, the elbow is going to go that way, yeah? So you're going to grab it halfway with your fingers like this, and you're going to pinch and push slightly like that, so that you create a little bit of an elbow, like so, and leave the top as it is for now. And we don't really want a big bend at the front, because we, you know, it's standing up. We want our dragon to sort of be standing like this, holding himself with the front, okay? So you just create the bit of the elbow like so. You can smooth this bit a little, so you've got that. All right, and then you're going to grab your first front, whichever you want to, like I've made these to go at the front and the webbed feet to go at the back. So you want to grab your front and your needle tool and your slip, and you're going to score your leg, cross hatch, decide where you're going to put it on your foot, kind of halfway, so you can leave a little bit on the back there, and cross hatch your foot like that, and then excuse me, grab your slip, little dab of slip there. I'm gonna put a little bit of slip everywhere, because at the moment my clay, the foot is going to look, it's going to be dry, so I'm just going to wet the whole area even when we're going to smooth it over. And then you will grab your leg, put it into place, and push gently, making sure it's as straight as it can be. Push gently and twist, wiggle a little bit. You feel it going a little bit harder. Okay. And then you grab your smoothing tool grab your smoothing tool, whichever you are using, and grab a little bit of the clay and drag and smooth it over the foot with your tool first, everywhere, on your toes also. It depends how big of an ankle you made. This is quite big, the one I made. So once you've smoothed and all that, you're just going to go over it with your finger, getting rid of all the bits you don't need, but a nice smooth finish all around. All the little bits that you take off, like they're really, really small, I just put them in my slip container, and so I have a continuous supply of slip. And we then have our first arm and hand and claw. There we go. And there you have it. Okay, so that's your first one. For the front, I'm going to go here like so. Now once you've done that, you're going to put into place about like this, shoulder, chest, okay, and you're going to decide where you want it. Grab your needle tool, score on the side where the connection is going to be, cross-hatching, and then you'll do the same on the inside of your leg. You're going to be scoring and cross-hatching again, and then we're going to apply some slip. Now you'll have to excuse me, but at this point the camera decided to turn itself off, but don't worry, I'm going to repeat the whole process again so that you can see exactly how I attach the other leg and create the shoulder as well. But for now, just apply the slip on both sides, and that should do it for now, and then I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, so I'm going to show you the whole process again because the camera decided to turn itself off for me while I was attaching it. So I'm going to show you the whole thing again for the right side. So we're going to grab our piece of clay that we have for the front arm. We're going to decide which is the top, which is the bottom, and we're going to try and make a similar, or you know, close enough length and shape as the other one. So we have the front, top, shoulder, and then we have the bottom bit, which we are shaping into a little carrot, like so. Okay, and then we are going to compare the two to have a look. So let's say, let me grab the feet again, and that's this one. So this is the foot, and then we have the leg. It's a lot bigger, isn't it? However, we have to cut the little bit at the end. And that's that. And then bend it. It should be okay. Anyway, we'll go from here. So, we've got our carrot. Chop the end off. Grab it in the middle with 4 fingers. And then squeeze and push gently so you create your little elbow. Then you look at the front, like give it a shape, the shape that you wish. Fit, smooth this a little bit maybe. Decide how strong your arm is going to look. If you want to add clay to make more muscles, it really is up to you. I usually don't. I just keep it simple. So create my elbow. Then I'll try it again to have a look how different it is from the other one. And you compare the two in terms of shape, like so. It's not too bad. It'll never be 100% the same, but it should be okay. And then once you're ready, you grab your foot, you grab your needle toe, you're going to score crosshatch this way. You do the same on your foot. Once you decided where it goes, and then you're gonna grab your slip, a little dab on the side too. Make sure the elbow is pointing the right place, the right direction, which is back, like so. And then you are going to, sorry, I have to work with this other arm. You are going to press gently, support the bottom and the side, like so. Press gently all around. And once you've done that, put it on the ground, on your board. Make sure it's straight or however you want it. And then you grab your smoothing tool and you just drag a little bit of the clay off your leg onto your foot and create a nice joint. And then it's strong and it won't fall off. Go all the way around, like so. Once you've done that, you give it a smooth with your finger, or if you wish to use a brush, that would be fine, although I do prefer the finger. Go all the way around. Nice and smooth. As smooth as you prefer it. And then you have this, right? And this is going to go here. Just look at it from the front to make sure it's in the right place for you. Yeah, give it a good look and make sure it's where you want it to be. Then also look at the side so that you place it in the same place as the other one. Okay, and once you're ready, you're going to make a little smudge on the body, or if you prefer, you grab your needle tool and you make little marks on each side, so you know more or less where to score. You pop that on the side. Don't put any weight on it yet, because otherwise it will break. The clay is still soft. And then you will score the other way, crosshatch. And then you do the same. Whoops, you have a look where you want it again, like so. And then you will do the same on the side here. And then you grab your slip. You slip one side, either on the body or you're on, whichever side you prefer. Then you put it into place. Again, look at it from the front. Make sure you're happy with it and where it's going. If it needs to go a little bit higher, you will change that. If you need to rotate the foot a little bit, you know, just make sure it's what you want. And then gently push and wiggle so it gets a good grip and the two pieces are starting to join together. And then what I would do in my case here now, I just going to cut the top off because I think it's a little bit too much clay. So you cut that off and then you start from here and you start smoothing and making the shoulder round and blending at the top. Keep hold of that because it's not good yet to support itself. So you connect the lid a little bit on the back, not too much. So you create some sort of an armpit. And you put your support back on, and then you will have a look at the front. So you see on the rear, you might want to use your tool. A second. Tool here. Nice and smooth. And then you can finish off with your fingers. Obviously you'll have to face you like so. Squish your elbows in if you wish, and that's your front done. Just keep smoothing. This bit you need to be careful when we are going to add the neck, because you don't want any air pockets in that. So I would grab any little piece of clay and put some slip on, and then fill that hole a little bit at a time, and then you make sure there is no air pockets when we are going to put the neck on. Just do little bits and soft clay and just module that and make it nice and smooth. Straighten your back so that it's symmetrical to you, how you want it. And that should be done for your front and your shoulders. I'm going to show you the side view also. Like so. And the side. Now these are very chunky arms. You don't have to have them this big if you don't want to. Or you can have it bigger. It really is up to you. Well, how muscly and strong your dragon is going to be. Well, I'm quite happy with this as it is. And that's your front legs sorted. Now we're going to do the back ones. We've got our feet there. We are going to do the same thing. We're going to round up and make a little carrot. again, leave one side bigger for, it's going to be kind of like your bum cheeks. Well, your dragon bum cheek, not yours. And then smooth and roll one end to make a carrot. It's up to you how big and long you want your leg to be. Really, as long as you make it strong enough. So now you have this, okay? And this clay is going a little bit dry, so I'm just going to dip my finger in water and give it a little. See, again, the more you handle it, the drier it gets. So, now there's two ways. You can either do the same thing, just bending, like find the middle, pushing and pressing, and then you create your knee, or you can actually cut these in half, find the middle, yeah, you cut it in half, and then you turn it sideways, well, you turn it facing you, and you will score this like so. Put a touch of slip on one end, and then you're going to do this, connect the two, and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze all the way to the top. You're squeezing gently all the way to the top, and then you smooth your knee. And this is now your knee, okay? Now you want to press it a little bit more down, because this leg is going to be quite bent. The back one, again, smoothing all the bit that seem to be cracked. It's a constant thing, smoothing with clay, if you want to avoid disaster. So you have your knee now, okay? You can press that a little bit, and that's what we have. Now, the foot is going to go here, slightly forward. Your knee is going to be slightly forward, and it's going to go, you can put it on its side a bit like that, or you can put it straight. It really is up to you. It's going to go slightly forward, and then we will attach it here. So I think in my case I'm just going to cut the point a little bit, not much, just a little bit there. And so I am ready to now attach the back leg and the little bum there. Okay, so first thing first, we connect our foot. Usual thing, score here, score there on your foot. Like so. Grab your slip, dab. Make sure you connect it the right way, yeah. Don't want it to go backwards. And then you press, hold the bottom, of your foot. You press and wiggle a little bit, and then we are going to connect and smoothen with our tool. So you will hold, always keep hold of things. Oops, you might want to use a smaller smoothing tool to go into the tight gap. Just make sure you drag a little bit of the clay from your leg all the way onto the foot, all the way around. And on the back, like so. So that you have a nice strong joint. And then you just smooth with your finger a little where you can, and where you, if you can't, you will grab your brush, put a little bit of a touch of water, and then you can smoothen the very tight spot with your brush. And make sure it's not too hard of a brush. Soft bristles would be better. Little water, and there we go. Right, now once that's done, we position it where we want it. The feet, obviously they need to be apart a little bit. You can turn this to the side if you want, or keep it straight, as I said. I'm going to put mine here, bend this a little, and I'm going to have it here, like so. All right. So, once you decide where it goes on the body, we are going to grab our needle tool again. Same again. You will score on your body and cross hatch, and then again you decide where it goes, and you will score on your leg and cross hatch, and you grab your slip, you put it onto one side, and now it's the time to position it properly, however you like it. You will again press and wiggle in both directions. Make sure your foot is fine there, like that. And then you will have to smoothen all these big bump of clay. You can smoothen that all around. And you're gonna need your tools, so you can do the top. Everywhere. The bottom, you want to make it a little bit more rounded, so you go at the bottom and smoothen that bit. Then after, we're going to, towards the end, where we have to have a look at the bottom as well, and smoothen a few bits at the bottom. Then you look on the inside. And see the best way you can to reach and smoothen inside here. Smoothen the best as you can. You can gently lift it a little bit. Always be mindful of your tail, and you can smoothen the bottom gently and being very careful. Again, the side there, and we have a nice and secure joint, as smooth as you want it. You can take your time with it and gently put it back down. Have your support ready. Straighten your feet so they are not too close to one another. And then with your finger, smoothen the joint again. And to finish it off, if you like, you will get your nice soft brush with a touch of water on it. And that's your back leg connected. It's a bit like a lizard. Okay, so that's what you do for your back. And then we'll do the other one. There we go. Now we do the other. Grab your clay, smoothen the corners with your fingers. We have dog barking in the background. Next door neighbour's dog, not mine. Although mine also barks every now and then. A little chihuahua. That's the top. Then you roll only the bottom half by twisting your palms outward, and you have your little carrot. If you have cracks and the clay looks a little bit dry, go over with your finger this way, and if you need, wet your finger like so. And then we are going to do the same thing that we did. Grab your knife, you find your half, cut it enough, grab your scoring tool, your needle tool, and that. Make sure you do it in the right way, the right place. You score, and then again you grab your slip, just a dab, and you grab your leg, you squeeze the two together, squeeze and pinch, squeeze and pinch, squeeze and pinch, and let all the slip, the excess slip, come out. When you get to the top, you join the two pieces like so, and give it a nice smooth around. And and then you have your knee. Squash it a little bit, so your patella. Right, there you go. Then you compare it to the other one. Yep, seems pretty good to me. Make sure it's the same. If you need to remove any clay or add any clay, obviously do so. It's up to you. Well, this looks okay to me. So I'm just going to make these a little bit thinner, the connection bit. There we go. And then again, grab my needle tool. Score, crosshatch, around the middle there. Score and crosshatch. And slip. And slip a little bit around it as well in this case, because the clay's a bit dry there. Then you make sure it's in the right direction and your toes are pointing in the right place, and you are going to support the bottom of your foot, press gently and wiggle side to side, rotate gently like this. Then you're going to hold it like that, and you grab your smoothing tool and then gently drag some of your clay from the leg onto the foot. All the way around and the back. There we go. And then turn it up like that, and you make a nice smooth finish with your fingertip at first, and then we'll do the brush as well, and so it's nice and smooth. And that's that. Grab your brush if you want, and just go in between your toes, on your back, and everywhere. And that's that done. Okie doke. Now we position it like we did the other one, slightly forward, like so. Have a look at the other, so you get it in a similar position. Like the other one is got kind of, it's a bit sideways on mine, so the toes are pointing out. And I'm going to do the same on this one. Once I decided where it goes, I'm going to squeeze a little bit. Or if you need to, just mark that side and this side with your needle tool. And then you remove your leg, put it to its side because it's still soft. And then you're going to score and cross hatch a little bit on here. And you're going to do the same on the inside of your leg at the top, like so. And slip. Dab a bit of slip there. And then we're ready to attach. So you'll find where it goes. Compare the other side, so you're putting them in the same place. And then you're going to squeeze and jiggle, squeeze and jiggle, support it from the other side as well. So you squeeze, 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 all the slip, excess slip comes out. And then you're going to hold the leg, support everything you can, and smudge, blend all the excess clay onto the body. Okay, on all sides, on all around the leg. We are going to lift it up again in a second. I just want to do the first bits like so. Grab your tool, wherever you can reach. Like so. And see, I have this rounded tool, which is quite helpful when I have to go down there. And from the top, again, you can use whichever end. Like so. Then you can smooth things with your fingertip. Like that. Straighten the legs how you want. And make sure they are kind of even. I mean, they don't have to have even positioning, but it's up to you if you want. Like that. And then again, support at the shoulder. Don't let it go yet, because it is not ready. Careful with your tail, and you'll see the bottom, like that. Grab your smoothing tool, and you will connect all that bit there with your smoothing tool, like so. If you can get in a tight gap also. I'm sure you can see from that camera. And then with your finger, smoothing things like that. There we go. And gently put it down again, mind your tail, for your support where it needs to go, and make sure your arms are touching your board, your toes also on the ground. There you go. And then you have another look at everything, and if you're happy, you grab your brush and smoothen things out where you need to, or where you want to. Water and smoothing. Now I am quite happy with this. It's looking good. I do like that the back of the foot is actually off the ground. It looks like there's more movement, so I'm going to leave that like that. Same for this side, but it's up to you. You can, if you're gentle, you just move it forward and make sure it firms up like this. But I do like a little movement showing. So, and that's your legs done. So now we're doing the neck. Now it's up to you how long a neck you want. So grab your piece for your neck, and we make it round. Again, keep one end a bit bigger. That's going to be the connection part. And then again, you can have it short or you can have it bending. When you're bending, you want to smooth things and make sure you don't crack the clay. This is the bit that we are going to connect here. So you decide how you want it. You want it like this, like really tall, or you want it to, I don't know, it's up to you really. You can have it shorter, like this is a tall neck, this is a shorter neck. So you keep the bit that you connect a little bit wider, like so. And then you can have a shorter neck. It really is up to you. And then we are going to obviously put your head. So what should I do, long or short this time? I'm going to go for a short one, I think. But if you do want a long one, you decide the shape that you want. It really is up to you. It could be like bent and then like this. So you look at it from the side and decide what you think looks good, and that your head is going to be there. But I think I'm going for the short one. Same thing, it's just a longer neck, whatever you decide to do with. So going for the short one, which is this short, and then grab your needle tool. You're going to score, crosshatch, and then you're going to score and crosshatch in between the shoulders, like so. Same on this end. Okay, and then grab your slip, you slip one end, and then you decide which direction you're going to pull your neck. I'm going to do this, and you are going to press and twist, wiggle a little bit. You feel it going stiffer. Okay, and then you're going to smooth your neck over your shoulder. Drag all the excess slip, and obviously support because your legs are still a bit soft. So make a nice transition between the neck and the shoulder, and then you go on the chest. You can use your smoothing tool if you prefer. And on the back, hold on to this, a nice smooth transaction on the back also. You can see from the side and the top, hopefully. And then we go to the other side. Drag some of the clay and make it nice and smooth. And shape your neck. So with thinking about your head as well, it's going to go on here. And once it's all nice and smooth, you are going to have a nice good look all around. This is the thing, when you're working with 3D, you want to always look all the way around to, you know, look at it from the back and make sure it's smooth and evenly on the shoulders and the shape of your neck and everything. So you want to look from each side and make sure you're happy with it all. And that's that. And now we're ready for the most fun part, the head. There you go. So we have our neck. Okay, so we are ready for the head. So you grab your piece that you have already cut out for the head and you make a ball. Try not to handle it too much again because the clay does dry out, but just make a ball to start with, and then you are going to make it into a sort of a pear shape. So you just going to elongate one side and then keep the back of the head like this. So now you have kind of a pear shape or egg shape or whatever you prefer to call it. So now we have this, okay? Nice and smooth. In front also. Sorry, I'm very meticulous about it. So I'm always smoothing clay. Now, it's up to you how big you want your head. Obviously, you know, try and have it proportionate to your body if you can, that you created. Decide which is the top, which is the bottom. I think I'm gonna have this as the top, and then I'm going to try on, do not let go much because it will drop, and then you decide if that's a good size for you. I think it's not too bad, especially if you're going to have a closed mouth, because obviously it's up to you whether you want a closed mouth or an open mouth. Now, this seems okay to me, and I'm going to show you the open mouth first, which is, I've got a little example here. This is an open mouth. Obviously it's all a bit random because I wanted to show you different things and different options. However, this is the open mouth. and this is the closed mouth. So it's up to you. So if you have a closed mouth, that's all you need as it is. If you want the open mouth, you're going to have to add an extra piece at the bottom for the jaw, and I will show you that. So I'll show you the closed, sorry, the open mouth first. So we've got our head, we've shaped it. Now what you're going to do, first thing, is we're going to press in some eye sockets. So you're going to grab it like this, and about a third down, we're having the eyes on the side. We are going to just gently press with our thumb, and that's all we're going to do for now. So we have our eye socket, and we're just going to leave it like this for a moment. Okay, so that's all you're going to do for that. Then you're going to grab a couple of little pieces of clay, similar, and we are going to make the nose. So you turn into a little ball, just like piece shape. You compare, make sure they're the same. You grab a little bit of slit, and you decide where you want your nostrils, and you try it out and make sure they go in the right place. So you'll have it facing you so that they are kind of symmetrical. Look at your eyes, you see it like that. And then once you found your place, you're going to grab your smoothing tool, support it gently like that, and drag down some of the clay from the ball and blend it onto the face like this. Same in the middle. Make it into one. Again, support and drag a little bit. We are going to smooth everything after the connection. Right, so that's done now. And then you go around with your finger and smooth and all that. You can drag some of the clay over the front, that's not a problem. And smoothing that all the way around. And for the middle, because obviously your finger won't fit there, we'll grab our little brush, and now you want to press a little bit so that it's not as high. And then you have this for now. Then grab your brush with a touch of water and smoothen the middle bit. If you need to smoothen the middle a little bit more, I would use something that is kind of rounded. Obviously I use this one, and without dragging anything, you just press gently and that's that. And then you're smoothing as much as you like. You can spend a whole day smoothing clay. I could. I quite enjoy it actually. So now you have these two balls here. You decide where you want your nostrils. You grab a poking tool. I have this one, so that's what I'm going to use. So you decide where you want the holes to be. They can be wherever you want, like it can be at the front, it can be on the side, whatever really. I'm going to, where should I put mine? Well, I'm going for the sides-ish, so I'm going to put a hole here and just wiggle slightly and support the top and do the same on the other side. Not quite to the side, but it's more or less side front, I would say, halfway. And then you have your nostrils. And if you don't want it like completely rounded, you just squash a little bit, and then your nostrils will be more like oval. Really is up to you what you like, but that's what you're going to do for the nostrils. Okay, so we now have nostrils and eye sockets, which is not bad. We are doing good. Now, if this is going to be your open mouth, you have to think this is the inside of your mouth, the bottom, the roof of your mouth. So what I do, I make sure I don't disrupt the eye socket. I push my finger in like this and flatten this bit a little, because it's going to be the inside of the mouth. And you want to have it a little bit like this. I prefer it anyway. You don't have to, but I prefer to make a bit of a shape to the roof of the mouth, and I'll show you also what I do in a moment. When you're working in 3D, you always want to look every angle, everything that you do. You see, now I messed it up. See what happens if you don't look? There you go. Now this is a bit messed up. So I'm going to rotate the head and make sure everything lines up again. And keep looking and make sure everything is in line. There we go. Now this should be fine. Take your time, because you want your dragon to be as good as you want it to be. I'm no rushing. So there we go. So, right, that's the inside of your mouth. That's the top of your head. And there you go. Now we're ready for the next bit. Now, because this is the roof of your mouth, what I do, and it's totally up to you if you want to do it as well, is I grab some sort of a flat tool or a curvy tool, like the back of the ice cream stick, and I like to make little indents like this. You know, you can have as many details as you want when you do something, but if you look at the roof of our mouth, this is pretty much what it's like. So I just like to give it a little bit of a detail. So that's what I do, but it's entirely up to you whether you want to do that. I'm just showing you some ideas. So once that's done, we are going to think about the top teeth. So before we start and complete the head, I just wanted to say you don't have to do this all in one day, but I just wanted to let you know that if you don't want to do it all in one day, it's absolutely fine. The main thing is that whatever you've done, including the wings, which should be covered anyway while they firm up. I'm not sure if I told you that, but yeah, you do need to, when they are firming up, you just cover them with a plastic bag of some sort. Anyway, if you do it over a couple of days, what I suggest you do is you grab your water bottle and your spray bottle, and you just spray a little bit of water to keep clay moist. And then you will grab a bag, just a little bag, and you can actually grab the whole board gently and carefully, and you can slip it inside your bag, being careful of everything. So you put it inside, like so, and you pull the bottom and you cover, and you leave it like so overnight, and then your clay will keep nice and soft, and you can still work on it the day after. Okay? Okay, so it's the day after. Now we are going to take the bag off. There you go. And everything is still not wet, but it's good enough to still be able to work on it. So let's carry on with the mouth and the head now. So we've made the head, the eye sockets, we made the nose, we made the little flat part for the mouth. I've shown you how I make the roof of the mouth with this tool, like just pressing gently everywhere. And now we're gonna start on the teeth. So as I was saying to you yesterday, for me that is yesterday, there's this way. So you put the tooth on the outside of the mouth, and then you cover it like it's basically sticking out of skin, like so. Or you can just put it inside of the mouth. Now I'm going to put the front one on the outside so I can show you how I do that, and then I'm going to put the back ones on the inside of the mouth, and then I can show you that also. And I'm going to show you how I made this horn as well, if you want to make a horn like that. So first thing, you grab a little bit of clay and you make you roll it into a little coil. You keep 1/2 flat, and then shape it the way you want the tooth to be. So let's say you have something like that. Then you have a look. If you're doing it on the outside, you take a look. Maybe that's a bit big, perhaps. So if it is, you will just pull the point and then reshape it again, like that. And if the clay is getting a little bit dry on you, you will wet your finger a little bit in your pot of water and then rehydrate the clay like that, and until you have your preferred shape. Now if you want to have it straight, you can have it straight, or if you want a little curve in your tooth, you can also do that. Now if you are going to put it on the outside, you're going to have a look where you want it. Let's say just behind the nostril in my case, so here. So this is going to go like that, and then maybe I want it curved, let's say a little bit back, like so. So what I'm going to do, once I decide what I want and I pressed and there's a little smudge there, I'm going to grab my needle tool, a little bit of sculpting and cross-hatching, like that. Then I'm going to grab my slip, put a little dab of slip there, and also I'm going to grab this end and just a little bit of a scratch, and then I'm going to place it where I want it, press gently, wiggle side to side like this. Yeah, and once you think it's ready, you blend the sides onto the face, making it smooth so that it doesn't look like you've just had it done. Okay, blend it all around like this, and then what you want to do to make the little bit that looks like the skin, the tooth is coming out of the skin, you grab a little bit of clay, you just flatten it a little bit. I use anything just to flatten that, like that. Make sure it's smooth-ish. So you have a thin flat piece like this, and then have a look what it looks like if you need it a bit smaller, or but you will put it on here. I think this is a little bit too wide, so I'm going to cut a little bit off like that. So what I'm left with is just this little bit here. Oops, I'll put it over there and then you can see like that. And put a tiny bit of slip. You don't need to score. You just put a little bit of slip around the top of the tooth that you just attached. and then grab the smooth end of that, wrap it around, make sure you gently press the side, and then you will drag the excess bit off like that on the side, and everything that's left you're just going to smooth it around on the face again, making sure you don't disrupt the nose. If you do, you just grab your tool and gently make the hole again, no big deal. And then you will have this, okay? And then it looks like it's coming out of the skin, like so. Okay, you then obviously reshape the tooth how you want it, like that. And see it from all angles. And there it is. And then, if you like, which I mean I usually do, I just grab my any really of the tools and give it a little bit of an indent at the top, just to give it a little bit more interest, like that. And just an extra detail. And then you'll do the same for the other side, making sure it's symmetrical to the other bit. Okay, so we'll do that. Just pop that down gently a bit. Roll your tooth. Smooth if you need to. Obviously, possibly you will. Now I have a feeling that this might be too small. I need to smooth it a little bit more. There we go. And then you try it. Yeah, so seems okay. Okay, so needle tool, score, crosshatch, a little slip, pop it down, and just score the tooth a little bit. And then we are putting it into place. We'll check if it's in the same place, like so. And smooth onto the face, like this. And give it a good connection. And that's that. And then you will make your little flat piece. Grab anything that you can roll with. Just don't make it too thin. Let's say like that. I'm just gonna smooth it over with a touch of water so it won't crack. And then check again and position it over the tooth like that. Double check from the bottom. You will put a tiny bit of slip all around so you can stick your clay. Press gently. Get rid of the excess you don't need on both sides. Like that. And smooth all around except from on the top of the tooth. And be careful with your nose. If you do go in front of the nose, you just grab your pokey tool and gently press in. And here you have your teeth. Now I'm just going to smoothen the bit around because there's a slip. So I'm just going to do that. Like that. And then obviously you can be as precise as you like, it's up to you. So that's your first two front teeth. Okay, here we go. Now we do the two back ones, which are going to go here. I usually leave a little bit of a gap because then when I put the bottom jaw, I can put the bottom teeth in between the two top teeth. So I leave a bit of a gap and I will put the inside tooth, let's say, there, okay? And it's the same thing, but simpler. You make it, well, you made the teeth smaller than the front one. Those are very big for the back. So you pop that down gently and you make two smaller teeth by rolling between your finger. Keep one end flat and a bit wider, obviously. Give it a nice shape. Wet your fingers if you need to, because the clay is dry. And you have a small tooth like that. You see that? And now same thing, you grab your needle tool, a little bit of scoring. We'll do both sides because we are making both like that. Now I'm going to make the other tooth as well to match that one, and we're going to attach them at the same time. Measure them, have a look if they're the same, more or less. And smooth with your finger, wet finger, a little bit. And now we grab both and give it a little bit, just a couple of scratches, because it's only very small, but it still needs to be attached properly. And then we grab a little bit, literally a little bit of slip on both sides, like that. Oops. And press gently without squashing the tooth, and wiggle a little bit. And then you'll need a tiny smoothing tool, and just literally very gently go all the way around, dragging the excess slip and a tiniest bit of clay onto the head. And that's that done. And then you do the same for the other one. You put it into place, you check if it's symmetrical, you grab it gently, press, and then you smooth all around gently. There we go. You need a small tool so you can get in between the gaps without damaging anything. Okay, and that is your top teeth done. And now, if you don't want these on the outside like I did, you can do the same as you've done with the back one, but at the front, and you do it inside of the mouth. So that, okay, and that's how you attack your teeth. Now we are going to do a bottom jaw. The eyes is the last thing we are going to do, because once you put the eyes in, you really don't want to touch the head too much, because you don't want to mark the eyes. The eyes want to be nice and rounded and without any scratches or anything, because when you go and glaze the eyes, you know, when you put like a really shiny glaze, it will just look really nice. So the bottom jaw, we're going to grab a piece from our clay, and I usually shape it with my hands. So I'm going to make a triangular type shape, not too thick, not too thin. We still want it strong. Kind of triangular, doesn't have to be exactly triangular. I'll show you what I mean. And then decide which is the inside of the mouth and which is the back, where the bottom of your jaw. So you kind of shape, you kind of give it a bit of like this shape. I'll show you close up in a second. But let me just check, because this might be a bit small. No, that's not too bad actually. That should be okay. Okay, just have to make it a little bit longer. So this is the inside. This is the shape you want. About this thick, or a little bit thinner is also okay, just not too thin, otherwise it will break. You need it to be a little bit stronger. Now this is the bottom, so you will smooth the sides, nice and rounded, unless you want a square jaw dragon, it's up to you. So that's the inside of your mouth. And what I do with the inside, I give it a little bit of a push from the top, support the bottom, and then it will be kind of a bit concave, goes in a bit, because we are going to put a tongue in there. So the bottom is nice and straight, and this bit at the back is going to be the bit that's going to be connected to the head, so it doesn't really matter because you're going to be smoothing it over the head. So you just want this to go in a bit, right, and then smooth it all the way around like that, and you are left with something like this, like that, in the inside of the mouth, and that's the bottom. And then you want to grab your head gently in the back, and the jaw, you don't want it to go too forward, so it should be kind of, you're going to do an open mouth one, so it's going to be kind of here, so that it's just over the front teeth, but in between the front teeth, let's say, like so. Okay, now before we attach it though, we are going to put a tongue and some teeth. Now the front, it's up to you. You can have it nice and rounded, you can have it flat. It really is up to you. This is how I like mine, for this one anyway. So that's what I'm going to do. So that's the bottom jaw. Now I'm going to grab another piece of clay, not too big, and we're going to do a tongue. Now you can do whichever tongue you like. You can have a normal tongue, just shape your clay into a tongue shape. Take your time with it and give it a shape, the shape that you want. Don't do it too thin, otherwise it risks of obviously cracking. So keep it quite, it's not supporting anything, but it's, you know, you still don't want it too fragile. So let's say this is a tongue, like that, and this is your jaw. You're going to connect at the back, but not right at the back, kind of like a third down. So you're connecting it here, and you decide if you want it like shaped like that, or if you just want it flat like that. Really is up to you what you do with it. Now what I do is, you can also have a split tongue if you want. Really is up to you. So what you would do if you want a split tongue, like this one here, you just cut a little bit at the front. You will cut it right in the middle. I wouldn't mess with it too much, because that is, again, the bit where it's split is a weak point. So you just cut it like that in the middle, and then you get your needle tool and just gently press in between, so that the bit that is cut is not going to crack if you do that. And then just leave it, like leave the split as it is. But if you want some details on the tongue, you can just put your needle tool in this position, like, you know, like that. So you just drag in and just make a line in the middle. And that's again a bit of detail on your tongue. And if you want to make all little dot, gentle salivary glands, you do that. And that is all I would do to the tongue. And then you grab your jaw. You decided by now where it's going, kind of a third down. And you score. Then you grab the tongue and score the bottom gently. This is a very thin bit. You'll do that. And a little bit of slip. Dab. And then you gently press. Make sure it's in the middle, like that. Gently press. And then you can grab your needle tool if your clay is a little bit on the hard side and smooth over the bottom jaw, like so. And then with your finger again, check it all around, make sure you're happy with it, give it the shape that you want. I might just do this on mine this time. Make sure it's smooth, no cracks appears, like that. And that is your tongue. And we'll check it again. So let's say this goes that, like that. See? That's lovely, isn't it? And then once you decide where it's going, now bear in mind that this is going to go squashed and pressed and blended into the back of the head, yeah? So bear in mind that. Now you put it like this and you make some marks where the teeth are gonna go. So we said in between there, so you make a little mark here and on the other side, like so. And then 2 small teeth at the back here and here. So you have a mark where you are putting your teeth. Now you can have the teeth again on the outside or on the inside. It's up to you. I think I'm going to do the front one on the outside and the back one on the inside, like I did at the top. So let's do that now. So we have our mark. Gently put the head to one side. We'll grab, we don't want massive teeth, so you just grab a little bit of clay. We want 4, 2 smaller, 2 bigger ones. Maybe that's not enough clay, but I'll try it anyway. So you roll it between your fingers, not too long. That's 1. Oops. And that's 2. Let's see if it's similar. Not bad. And that's 2 smaller back ones. Again, roll between your fingers. And that's a bit smaller than that. And last one. So we have our teeth now. We have our marks. We grab the biggest ones, which are these. And our needle tool, a little bit of scoring on the side. And a little bit of scoring on the other side. If you want them both on the outside, then you can score them all at once. Right, so we grab our little teeth there, little score on the side, a little score on the side. We'll grab our slip, like that, and we will position our teeth how we want them on the mark. Just press gently, okay, press and smooth on the side, both sides, and the bottom, like so. And same for the other one. I don't remember if I put slip, I think I did. Oops, I'm putting it upside down, you see, so easy to make mistakes sometimes. So here we go, turn it the right way up and press. Always hold, keep hold of things, support things so nothing breaks, and then all your hard work needs to be redone. And smooth all the way around like so. And then it's up to you whether you want to put the little bit on the outside to make it look like it's coming out of the skin. What you'll just grab a little piece, make a tiny coil, flatten it. Right, with this we probably do both, so cut it in half like so. Grab your slip, just a little bit of a dab all around, and then you'll position your piece like so with your fingers like that, and smooth the sides like so, and the bottom, because the bottom is going to be the biggest bit that needs smoothing, really, like so. Okay, then obviously you can look on the inside, and if you need a smoothing on the inside, you just grab the smoothing tool and smoothing it as much as you need. Everything needs to be done gently when you're working with clay. And just slip again on the other side, just a little bit like so, and position your piece over like that, bend it nicely around it, little pressure like that, and then smooth on the side and the bottom. Nice and gentle so you retain all the details. Like so. And if you need the inside a little bit, use your tools, whatever makes it more comfortable for you. And that's the front bottom teeth. Now we're gonna retry it on, and you know that needs to go in between. Here we are, like that, you see. Same on the other side. Okay, and then it's up to you really if you want to put another tooth there on the inside. I mean, I'm quite happy with it as it is, but I'm just going to do it just for the sake of the demonstration. I think these are might be a little bit too big, so I'm just going to pull the point and have it a little bit smaller. A bit of water to smoothen things. And the same with this one. There we go. It's a little bit smaller. Now, if you still should have the marks. So I'm gonna put it on the inside, as we said. So a little scoring on each side. A little scoring on the tooth, flat part, and here, and a tiny bit of slip. Like so. And then we put the teeth into place, just gently press. And the same with the other side. You gently press. Like so, always supporting the bottom when you're pressing down. And then on the side, smooth it onto the side of the jaw. And on the inside, if you need, because it's very small, you use your tool on both sides, like so. And this is your bottom jaw, pretty much. Now that's the inside, okay? Now we're gonna try it all. Right, we put the front teeth in between them and your jaw, the back of your head there, like that. Okay. Now this is what we have from all sides, like so. And now what you're gonna do, gently, always gently, you're going to grab your needle tool and you're going to trace around the bit that we are going to attach, so you know where to score and slip. Right, like that. So now you know that we need to slip and score beyond that, not beyond that line. Although it doesn't really matter because we are going to be dragging clay from here to there, however. And then you will score and cross hatch this back. And this is going quite hard at the moment, so it will need to be rehydrated. I'm going to slip and score the back as well, so I can put some moisture in it, and it will be easier to smooth. I'll do that and put some slip here and here and here. Put that to one side for a second and grab your head like that and score and cross hatch your head where you put your marks on, like that. And then you're ready to position it. So you're gonna put it into place. Before you give it a complete press, you look at it all the way around. Make sure it's right for you. Yeah, like that. Always support it. And when you're happy, you give it a good press and a wiggle right on the back, side to side, like that. Just try not to disrupt anything. Keep the mouth open like we want it. Always check the teeth are not getting disrupted. Yeah, and then once you've done that, you're going to blend the back all the way nice and smooth. Okay, and we have a nice connection like that. Go all the way around, check it all the way around. Always make sure everything is intact. Like that. When you're happy with it, if you need to wet your finger to make things a little bit smoother, do that. And then we have our head that just needs the eyes sorted. Right, this is our head with our teeth and the tongue and everything we want. Now if you did want to do that before you obviously connect everything together, you could have put some teeth at the front as well if you wanted, like just a couple of teeth at the front, but it's up to you. I don't mind it like this. I quite like it as it is. Right, and now we'll try it on our dragon. Just keep hold of it, don't do it like I'm doing, because if it falls it will break and then you'll have to do all the work again. But this is what it looks like at the moment. That's quite an aggressive dragon. So when you put your head on, you look at it from the front and decide whether you want your head to the side, looking sideways, or it's up to you what you do. The back should, well, obviously we're going to smooth all this, and this is going to be a nice sort of smooth finish there by the time we're done. Okay, and we're going to do that before we do the eyes. Okay, so that's the head. Now we are going to connect it. Same old, same old. You will score and cross hatch nice and good on your neck. Decide where it is going. Look at it from all sides so that you know how you want it. I'm going to have a little bit of a tilt in the head, so I'm going to put it like so, and then I'm going to score the bottom there of the jaw like so. Then grab your slip, Put a little bit of that. For this one, I might even put it on both sides, simply because the clay is a little bit dry, so now it's going to be a bit complicated to smooth. So attach the head how you want it. In position how you want it. Look at it from all angles. Make sure you're happy with it. It's straight on its neck and all that. Right. And then you're going to hold on to the neck and give it a nice press, so all the excess slip comes out. And look at it again from all sides. And after that, you're going to grab your smoothing tool, get rid of the excess slip. It might be a bit too much. There you go. Just rub it onto my board. And then grab your smooth tool and drag from the bottom of your neck up onto the head. Not too much, just enough. And if you need, do both sides at the back, like from the head down, from the neck up, just so you have a nice connection. And go all the way around. I'm going to do it this way so you can see. Go up that way, down that way, up and down. Make sure you do the bottom. Drag from the neck up onto the bottom of the jaw. And now it seems to have a good connection. And once you've done all that, we're going to smoothen everything. Alright, so at the moment you have this. And now you're going to grab your fingers and smooth all the way around. Make sure there is no visible line on the joint. Nice and smooth. And still have your support, although now it should be firm enough to support itself, but because we are pushing, we better not risk it. So smooth all the way. You can feel the head is nice and connected, because you will have a slight movement, but you know it's not going to fall apart. So once you're happy and everything is smooth, the last thing we're going to do to the head, well, last two things we are going to do to the head is a little bit of a cheek on both sides, and then the eyes, and then they'll come to life. Our little dragon. Right, so the head is nice and connected. Now what I'm going to do, grab some slip, just put some slip here on both sides. And just grab a little bit of clay. It doesn't have to be in any shape, just like a few bits of clay, like that. And then we are going to make a little bit of a cheek so that it looks a bit stronger. So you're just going to stick it where you put your slip and then smooth it over. And you can do the cheeks as, you know, as rounded as you wish. There. So you don't see the side of the joint between bottom jaw and the top of the head. See? And you do the same on the other side. You just place the piece whatever you think will look good and just smooth all around, and then you have a little bit of a cheek that covers the back of the joint there. And then you're going to check from the front and see if it's okay and equal. Seems alright. Just grab your smoothing tool if there is anything that you think needs smoothing, like there a little bit. And on the other side, like so. And that's that done. If you wanted bigger cheeks, you can just put some more, you know, and build it up until you have the shape that you like. Just go over, you pour a little bit of slip without scoring, you don't need to, and just grab little bits of clay and smudge it on until you achieve what you like. And that's that done. Looking good. Not quite perfect on the top, to be fair. Kind of messed up the head a little bit, but I should be able to fix it when we are going to add the eyes, which will be now. So the eyes, what you're going to do, you're going to make 2 pea-size balls, little pea-size. Try to make it the same, and obviously you will have, I'll do it like that in my palm, in the palm of my hand, and then you make sure they're the same. If you do roll it too much and the clay starts cracking, again, wet your finger like that, as round as you can. See, these are not the same, but before I decide which is the right one, I'm just going to put it in there and decide which one seems to be the right size. Oops. Okay, I think these seems to be a little bit on the better side, so I have to make one that's a little bit bigger. You grab your clay, wet your finger a little, there you go, a bit big, and take a tiny bit off, roll it again, try them, there we go. Now these are the same size. So what you're going to do, once you've got your eyeball the size that you need, you will know when you put them next to in the eye, you know, with the eye socket there. I'm just going to press here a little. All right, so what you're going to do now, grab a little bit of slip, just a tiny bit, so it's going to support the eyeball, because we're not going to score these. And then put the nice rounded bit at the front. like so. So you have this, okay? And if you put the slit, it should stay there until you do this next step. The next step being, you're going to roll 2 little coil, small ones. I'll show you. Right, let's say like that. Wet your finger and smooth if you need to. Okay, then you cut it in half, and then you cut it in half again, and we're going to do like so. So we're going to do both eyes with this, okay? So you have that, you squash it a little bit so that it's flatter. You want top of the eye and bottom of the eyelid. I'm going to show you. Just flatten it a little bit. And this one. Okay, then you grab 1/2, you get some slip, put a slip on the piece, or you can put it on the face if you like. And the first, you're going to do the bottom. So what you're going to do is you're going to curve these a little bit, place it where you think the corner of the eyes is going to be, and you just go slightly over the top of the eyeball without touching the eyeball with your fingers, because you don't want to scratch it or smudge it or squash it or anything like that. So you're going to do that. Okay guys, I am going to give you a close-up of how to attach the eyes, because I've checked on the video that I've made and I don't think you can see the details well enough. So I've made a pretend head, like, well, just the top of the head. All you need to know is the eyes, because I hope the rest was clear enough. So as I said, you grab a little bit of slip, put it there. You have your pea size eyeballs. You will position them as close as you can to one another, as in, you know, same position, like so. Okay, then you have your coil. You cut your coil in half and half again, and these are going to be your eyelids, bottom, top, bottom, top for each eye. So you're going to press it so that it's kind of flattened a little bit, so it's not round anymore, and press the other one. Okay, then you're going to grab a bit of slip and add it onto your coils like that, and grab one with the wet side down. You will cover just a little bit of the eyeball, yeah, you curve it around it, and you put the corner of the eyes where you want it. So this is the face, and then you take the excess that you don't need off and you smooth all the way around. So you have the bottom eyelid done like that. Obviously keep the front, you know, all the excess clay that you don't need, smooth it away. So you have your bottom lid like so, and then you have your top. The more open the eye is, the more aggressive your dragon will look. So if you want a very angry dragon, you just cover slightly the top like that, and then drag over and form the corner of your eye and the other corner like so. If there is too much clay, you drag and pull it off, or if it's not that much, you can just smooth it over the face like that, and then you do the top like so. You smooth all that in, and then you're going to do the other side. So now you have your eye, yeah, like that. There you go. And that's one. Then you go on the other side, same thing. You press your coil so that it flattens a little bit, not too much. Press. And you slip both coils. You grab this one for the bottom, you put it where you want it, curve it a little bit to go over to the other side, and you know, try to find some sort of symmetry with the corners of the eye so that the eyes seem like belonging to the same dragon. And drag the bits you don't want, put them away, pull them away, and smoothen the bottom like that. So that's your bottom bit, and then grab the other piece over the top. You find, start from the corner there, and then you will put it slightly over or more over, it's up to you, and then drag it and form the corner of the other eye like that. Okay, and then you turn it and you will smooth the top, and that will be part of the head, and then you can shape the top like if you wish, or just leave it as is like that. And then you have your eyes. Try not to touch the pupil. You want the pupil to be nice and shiny, because as I said before, when you put glaze on it, it will bring your dragon to life, because the eyes will look real. Then smooth everything over the nose, and if you disrupt the nose a little bit, you just grab your pokey tool and just gently reshape your nose like that. But I would put the eyes on once you have connected the head, like I've done with the other bit. But I just wanted to give you a close-up of how to do it, just so that you understand it better, because I didn't feel it was good enough before. Okay, so that's your eyes. there we go. Look at it from the back and see what's missing. Like this needs a little bit more for me. See, if you look at the back, the head is not symmetrical. So what I'm going to do is put a little slip here and then grab a little bit of clay. I'll look at it from behind to see where it needs to be, and then I will press and just add what I need. Whoops, see, I've disrupted the eye now. But I'm just being very fussy at the minute, but I just want to show you that you can always put clay on or add clay or take out clay. At this stage you can fix whatever you like, really. A little bit better, but still needs a little bit more to be like the other side. So I'm going to add a bit more onto my eye. Grab your slip. Only the bottom is not great for me, so I'm just going to add a bit more meat on this dragon. There we are. This should solve the issue. Let's see. That's better. There you go. See? Now it's looking much better for me. There you go. Sorted. There we go. See? It's looking a bit more symmetrical now. Lovely. Right, that's your head done for now. Okay. There we go. Now, decoration. When it comes to decoration, it really is up to you. You can add as many horns and spines and spikes as you like. You know the technique by now. It's all, you know, whatever you want to attach, you score, crosshatch and slip. So whatever you want to add, that's what you need to do. Give it a nice smooth all around. Make sure there's no cracks. And that is very important. So now let's say you want to put something on the head. Like I just made a coil and then rolled it flat. And then you make sure you've got a nice area, the bit that you're going to attach. Smoothen the top bit nice and evenly, or however you want it. I mean, if you don't want it smooth like this, you know, if you want like spikes, you will sort of put it like that and then sort of carefully cut out your spikes like so. It really is up to you. As long as you don't make it too fragile, don't cut too much down. Make sure you keep a good edge from the corners to the beginning of your spikes. So let's say you do this, okay? If you want spikes. Now, you will, when you round this up, you don't just go like that and round it. You want to smooth and round at the same time so that you avoid cracks, like that. Then once you've cut your spikes, just go over with the finger a little bit if you want, and then you decide where you want it. You see now, because that's a bit dry, it's cracked there. Well, you decide where you want it and how much down you want to go. Like, let's say you want to do it up to here, then obviously you will cut it. You can actually let's say you cut it into a like that. You will go back onto that little crack that formed and smooth over it. Wet your finger, wet the clay so that it doesn't crack again, perhaps. And then go back and see, that is compromised now, and that is just going to crack all the time. But when you do things with fresh clay, you won't get any cracks. This is now a bit dry. But then again, I mean, sometimes the cracks actually, as long as the connection is good, the cracks might add to the character of the dragon, like a dragon that's been in a battle, for example, and he's got, you know, a few scars there and there. So yeah, you would just do that and score and slip and attach that. Then you can have spikes everywhere you like. Let's say you want spikes on the shoulders. That's one way. You can have spikes on sorry, 1 second, doing that. Yeah, you like, let's say you have your spikes on your shoulders. Again, you will slip and score and blend. You can have spikes on your legs, front legs, back legs. You can have a spike on your chin if you like. You can have, just giving you ideas. I'm not going to do it properly, but I mean, I'm just giving you ideas where you can put your spikes and decoration. So let's say you want spikes on your face. So you can have spikes on the side of your face here, like so. Just have a look at dragon example, like on Google, and then decide what kind of decoration you want to have. But like this. And then obviously the big one would be on your back. Not here. You want to leave this free because your wings are going to go there on both sides. So you want to start from kind of here all the way down if you want, or just all the way like halfway down. So you roll a coil as long as you need. Let's say from here to here, like that. Then you will flatten it a little bit. Always leave a nice surface that you are going to attach. I'm going to show you this one because it's a big one. So I'm going to attach this for you so you can see. Okay, then again you decide the shape that you want it. If you just want it flat, you will just have it like that. Like have a bigger bottom for the attaching bit, and then make it pointy towards the top. You can have it straight, you can have it uneven. It really is up to you and your creativity what you're going to do with that. So now let's say I want it all, like let's say I want this effect. What I would do, I would grab my semicircle and then cut and cut and cut. So I have like little spikes, let's say, like that. You might have a triangle that you want to use, and then you'll do your little spikes that way. It really is up to you. So let's say I want to do this, then I would smoothen things out a little bit, and then you have like a little curve. Obviously I'm just doing it quickly, and this is very soft clay now, so, but anything goes, like I said. See, you'll have something like this, or you can just have it flat. It really is up to you. So then what you'll do is you'll find where you want it. Look at it from above. Make sure it's exactly where you want it. Probably will put a smaller part here and a bigger part maybe this way, so you won't bother the wings when you go to attach the wings. Yeah, so you decide where you want it, and you're going to mark where it's going to go, like in my case there. So I'm going to mark the top and the bottom, and then gonna score all the way down and crosshatch all the way in between the marks that you made. Like so. And then grab slip, dab your slip all the way. And support this and score as well on here. Like so, all the way down. Okay, and then you're going to place it where you want it. And then gently start from the top, push and wiggle, push and wiggle, push and wiggle all the way, push and wiggle. Mind your tail, because if you push too hard it might crack, and then take off the bit you don't want, so you finish like with a point, let's say. Alright, so you've got that now, and all your excess slip has come out. And then you're going to grab your smoothing tool and oops, clay everywhere, and then you're going to smooth each side nicely. Where you can reach, you can use this one and smooth it from the fin, the spine, onto the tail. Always make sure you hold in the tail, and same here. All the way. Okay. Once that's done, where you can, if you can reach, you smooth everything over with your finger on both sides. There we go. And you have a little bit of a spike or a broken spine, maybe. Obviously you're going to do it better than this. I'm just doing it for demonstration purposes. And then you have that. And then where you can reach to smoothen, you will grab your brush and do that. There you go. And that's how you would do this part. So at this point, you're going to grab your wings and you put them in the right, on the right side where they're going, right and left. Before you will connect them, you want to make sure you have your support ready. So what I did to see which kind of support I need, just bear with me, I will place it like that. So it goes on the, like where you've made that mark, it goes to the side there, or it can go in, it's up to you. Now it's up to you which inclinate, like if you want it all the way up or down. I am going to have it like so. So these support is the right one for me on both sides. So you decide and you have your support ready, because that needs to be very handy as soon as you start putting it on, otherwise it'll just fall off. So that's what you do before you begin. and are very gentle with your wings. However, if for some reason your wings cracks, there is no need to panic. Like, let's say it cracks here, all you have to do is grab your needle tool. You make marks on each side of the crack on the inside, then you will put some slip, and then you will put it together. You squeeze it together, let all the excess slip come out, and then you will smooth top and bottom. You'll smooth both sides. Now these wings are quite firm. They're not dry, but they are quite firm because they have been overnight. But they will be good for attaching. Okay, so yeah, don't panic if you crack anything. You just make sure you like I said, you score both sides of the crack, put some slip, squeeze it together and make it nice and smooth. If you need to add any clay, just grab like little bits and just smudge them over the top nicely, and that will resolve the issue with a crack. Now, first thing first, we'll grab both ends. I'm going to put a little bit of slip on at the joint part so that it softens the clay a little. And then I'll grab my needle tool and give it a good scratch. I'll do that and cross hatch, go the other way around. So that's ready to go on. I'm just going to grab a bit more water or slip and then leave it for a moment. Pour a bit more slip. Just let the clay soften a bit because mine is a little bit too firm. It depends how yours is. If it's still soft that it kind of moves, you don't need to put too much slip. Now, first thing you're going to do, you're going to grab some of your scrap clay, make a little coil. The coil you want is the size as the the bit that you attach your wing, the length. So, like so. A little bit longer, it's fine, nevertheless. And then squash it gently and have this coil ready on this side, okay? Now, you grab your wing gently, don't crack it. Put it where you want it, on the back. Okay, then grab your needle tool, make some marks, top and bottom, and on each side. Okay, then you know where you're going to score. So now score in between the lines all the way down and cross hatch like that. And that's where your first wing is going to go. Put this little bit to one side. All my little scraps. Okie doke. Then you grab your wing. You get a little bit more slip. And you just dab it onto the body. And then just move that out of the way for a moment. And then you'll grab, you put your hand at the front and you place it and you wiggle it side to side. Like so. So that it starts sticking. You give it a good push. And then don't let go. You're gonna grab your smoothing tool. You're gonna smooth a little bit all the way around, pull some of the clay off the wing onto the body, like so. Keep hold of it, don't let go yet. Then grab your needle tool again and score a little bit on the bottom of the wing, like that, and a little bit on the body. Like this, and slide just a little bit on the bottom there as well. Grab your slip, dab a little bit of slip there, and then you're going to grab your coil and you're going to push it right in the corner between the body and your wing, and push in like that, and then you take out the bit you don't need. You smooth with your finger bits that you can. And then smooth nicely onto the body. Okay, that's your first wing attached. Don't let go yet. Then we're gonna sort that out after. You're gonna grab your support and put it where it needs to be, like so, and then your wing is safe. Okay, and that's the back of the wing done. Then you're gonna turn it, and if you look there on the inside, there's a slip that's come out. We're gonna smoothen that also with a tool. So I have to turn it towards me because otherwise I can't see. So I'm just gonna smooth everything underneath as well. I'm gonna try and show you, but I can't see. But by now you know what I mean with smoothing. You drag a little bit of clay from the wing onto the body. If you wish, you can also put a coil at the bottom. In fact, let's do that. So you're gonna grab a bit of slip. You put it at the bottom there, and then you're gonna grab a little coil like that, and you squash it right into the corner between the wing and the body with your finger. You press and squash nicely so that there is no bubble below. Okay, I've just pushed out the support, but I have put it nice and good, so this shouldn't really go anywhere, but the support is just there to make sure. So you pull your coil like that, if you can see, and then you smoothen everything with your tool. You smoothen the coil on both sides, on the wing and on the body, and then you will have a really nice joint and the wing will be nice and strong. like so. And then if you can, just give it a little smooth with your, well, obviously if you do have little spikes and horn and things, be careful. I haven't really attached them properly, it was just for demonstration. So, and smooth it as much as you like. Okay, and then we have our first wing attached. All right, obviously then you're going to go around the whole dragon when everything is attached, and you're just going to sort out all the little imperfections. So after this I'm going to show you a bit of the scales and everything. So get your coil ready, more or less the size that you are going to attach. Right, have that ready there. Grab some slip, plenty of slip if your wing is on the dry side, and grab your needle tool, give it a nice scratch. Both sides, the other direction, like so. Okay, can leave that wet bit there. Then gonna grab your other support and have that ready. I'm gonna put it to one side so you can see what I'm doing. And then trying to pull your wing in a similar place. Look at the back. Okay, and now because I wet the wing first, that's another way you can do it. Because I wet the wing first, I will have the wetness of the slip, and then I know where to score. So that's another way you can do it without having to mark the line. And then you're going to score that bit where is wet, cross hatch all around. Get rid of all your bits you don't want. A little bit more slip. Oops. On the wing as well. And then have your coil ready. Position of your wing, be very careful not to break it. So position your wing where you want it. Once it's positioned, press and wiggle, press and wiggle. And maybe move it side to side as well. Support the bottom. Make sure you've got good contact. And then grab your smoothing tool. Drag the excess slip. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. Okay. Grab your tool. Score between the wing and the body. Like so. And that. Grab your coil and push it. Always support the wing on the other side and push right in the corner. Hold that. Push, push, push in the corner. Always support your wing. Get rid of the excess of your coil. It will elongate as you push, like that. And then grab your smoothing tool and smooth on both sides, on the wing and on the body, like this. Just a temporary smoothing, then we'll sort it with our finger, make it nice and smooth. And now go on to the other side. You will support and smooth a little bit, whatever you've got there. And then grab your coil. You're gonna place it right into the corner, like in the corner between the wing and the body. You cut the little bit you don't need, like that bit there, that can go. And then you grab your tool, you support the body somewhat, somehow, and then squash the clay right into the corner between the wing and the body. You might need some tiny tool to get all the way to the bottom of the wing, depending on how you positioned your legs, but it's possible. Obviously I can't really show you that bit, but I'm trying my best. Then get rid of the excess bit. Okay, and then smooth with your smoothing tool. Give that coil a good smooth. On both sides. And there. And the body. Not so much on the arm. Don't get rid of the lines of the arm. Just go on the wing and the body. And that's that. And then you will smooth it all around, either with your finger or with your tool. And lastly, we are going to also smooth with a brush so that it's a nice finish. Okay, I'm still smoothing what I can reach with my fingers. Oops, another horn. I didn't attach them, so obviously yours would be nicely attached, but pay attention to what you're touching. It's very easy to knock things over, but it's also very easy to put them back, so don't you worry. The main thing now is your wing. So you've got this at the back, you support the body at the front, nice smooth there, support your wing, there you go. And there you have it. And then you have the other wing attached. Grab your support, put it whatever you need. This will do for me. Try and keep it on the board. So that should be fine. I'll just lift it a touch. And there we go. Yeah, and then I'm just going to give it a good smooth all around, as much as you like or as much as you need, just to make sure there's no bits. Just to, you know, just turn it towards you or any way, any direction, and have a good look and take things that shouldn't be there. Like here, I've got a big little piece. Let's see, that needs to go. That was off the little coil. So you smooth it as much as you like. Well, if you prefer it rough, as I said, You don't need to go crazy. As long as the joint is smooth, you'll be okay. And you won't lose your wings. And these look just fine. Now for me, gonna go and have a look at the front, on the shoulders, if anything needs smoothing, the back, bottom of the wing, and that's pretty much it. Now we have our wing attached. There you go. Okay, so now the wings are done. I'm just going to show you briefly some ideas about the scale and everything that I've discussed with you with the different holes that you can find, like this one, and the pen, for example, for the face. So let's use a pen, a little hole cutter that I made myself, so it's got like a pointy rounded edge, and this semicircle tool. So you now have your dragon. You can do whatever you like in terms of decoration. You can leave it, you know, just smooth if you like. Really, it's up to you. Now this bit that you've added, the other thing that you can do as a pattern is you just grab something circular and you just go over it all the way, like that. That's just another idea if you want, like so, and then you pinch a little bit, you know, however, whichever shape you want to give it. And where you don't reach, you obviously need a smaller round piece, so you can do the same shape there as well. Then I'm just gonna grab my brush and just smooth this part before I start doing scales, and get rid of bits that shouldn't be there. There you go, just like so. Right, so now if you want to do scale with this kind of tool, you will just put it to its side and then just do it repetitive. So you do this, and then it's up to you the kind of pattern that you have. This is a bit time consuming, so take your time and do it whatever you want to do it. Just don't dig too much, because otherwise the little piece of clay will come off. So you want to do it like that, so that it looks like a scale, and you want it to leave it as it is, or I mean you can just go over it with your finger a little bit, just don't press too hard, otherwise the pattern will disappear. So you've got this one, you do this way, okay. Then you have the semicircle one, which is similar thing. You still have these, so it's on its side. Like in this case, I'm supporting the front. I want to do it on the back, like a spine. So I'm going to put it to its side and just press a little bit. all the way down. Obviously you want to put it in the right place. Mine is not exactly, but I'm sure you can do it better than that. So you can do this. And then on the face, I like to use the little circle, like the pen, the back of the pen, like the inside of the ink little piece. And I like to just randomly make tiny indents, just randomly, even on top of one another. And then just give it a gentle press so the nothing comes off, like so. And then you can do the whole head, the whole face, whatever you prefer. But I think this effect looks really good. I'm just going to do a little bit more and then I'll show you. And it's quite fast as well. Doesn't take long at all, this bit, because it's quite random. Okay, and that is going to look like that, which is this, what I've done with this one. You can see, you can do all the way to the bottom. It really is up to you. And that's what I like to do on the face, because I don't really like the bigger scale on the face. I prefer something a little bit smaller. And just randomly go with that. And then just rub it with your finger when you're done. And again, you can do it as well on the oh, I've lost the other horn. This is all stuff that I didn't attach. Again, as I said, it was just for demonstration only. So, but it does goes to show that you have to be careful what you're touching when you're building it. So yeah, you'll do it all over. Okay. If you don't like the little circular tool, you can just use your needle tool and just make little holes. In fact, well, yeah, if you like, you can just press gently, make little holes like that. I do prefer the little circle though, but it's an option. Okay, so that's that. And then again, what if you want, for example, I'm just going to show you this one quickly with a little bit of scrap clay. You can make something like a tiny wing. I have seen a lot of dragons with like little wings, and I have made some like that. So you make like a little triangle like this, and then like you can sort of grab your tool and just pinch a little bit to make it kind of like I don't know, like fins, if you like. You know, you can make like a fin shape like so. And of course you're gonna make a better shape than mine. I'm just showing you like some ideas. And then if you like, you can score and slip and do all that and put it at the side of your face like that. And you'll do it on both sides, of course. There's so much you can do, so much you can do. It really is up to you. And that's the tools that I wanted to show you for the decoration of the scales. And of course you can do this all over your legs if you wish, you know, anywhere you like. you can do. You don't even have to do the whole body. You can just sort of give the impression of scale. So you just do like a few random ones like that. Again, you hold on to the leg if it's still soft and do your best not to disrupt anything, crack anything. But yeah, that's pretty much what you would do in terms of decoration. You can go all the way back or not. It really is all up to you. I do like this little one that I was using before. It's quite easy to go into tight spot with this one. The semicircle is a little bit too big to go in between there. So if you have something smaller, like I was just showing you, that would be better to go into those spaces like that. By this point, I'm pretty sure you're doing your own thing now. So, and you'll know all about how to make a dragon. I'm looking forward to seeing yours. I'm hoping that you'll send me some messages with the photos of your dragon. I would really love to see what you have managed to make. And that's this side. And then the last thing is the chest. Usually if you think of snakes, the chest of a snake, he has some scale, but also he has just lines. So what you can do at the bottom, you support the back, and obviously you want to do it straight. I'm just doing it at an angle here because I'm trying to show you. But the chest, you just do some lines like this, straight as you can. And that will sort out the front. And then you can also do the lines and then do some scale to the sides of the line. Again with this tool, but I can't really reach right now. I would have to move. What you can do, use something different, maybe something a bit smaller that will fit that gap. So you kind of make some marks like this on both sides. You know, it's up to you. Really is up to you and your imagination what you do with your dragon. And then you can again do more scales on your neck. Hold your head if it's still soft and just go and do your scale all the way around the neck. And only stop when you're happy with it. See? And yeah, we have the dragon. I hope you have enjoyed the workshop, and I am really looking forward to seeing your dragons. Now here you have a front view, and here you have a top view. There you go. So once you've finished with your dragon and everything, or your decoration and everything, you are going to let it dry very slowly. You're not going to rush it, and you're going to leave it for a minimum of a week to 10 days to dry. And obviously if you are doing it with air dry clay, then obviously you just leave it and it'll just dry, and then you're ready to display it. If you are using stoneware clay, which this was the intention of the video, what you're going to do, again, you're going to dry it for 10 days at least, slowly, and then you're going to bisque fire it. I bisque fire this clay at 950, and I will take it up to 950 very, very slow, because obviously all the little parts and everything, you want to make sure there is no kind of shock or anything, and nothing cracks, everything stays intact. So yeah, I will bisque fire it to that, and then I don't actually glaze the whole of the dragon. I like to use oxides mainly. Sometimes I use glaze, you know, it depends what you want, but I prefer to use oxides on the body. And then I have underglazes that I use, and sometimes we even put glass in places because it gives like a nice effect. And then the eyes I will paint with underglazes, whichever color you want, and then put a clear glaze over the pupil, and that will give a very nice, it will give life to your dragon, to be honest. So yeah, black, well, whichever color you want your eyes to be, and then just a clear glaze over the top. And then I would glaze fire it at 1100, 1200, and then you should be done. So yeah, once again, I'm looking forward to seeing your dragons. I hope you've enjoyed this workshop, and I really hope you found it helpful, and I shall see you soon. Thank you. Okay, as I mentioned, I said I would show you how to do a closed mouth as well, if you wanted to make a closed mouth dragon. So I'm going to show you the basics of the head again. So you start with a ball, then you roll it between your hands and make it into kind of a pear shape, like so. Yeah, like this, and then you smoothen everything around there, the bottom. Close that little gap. Might need to elongate it a little bit more, like so. Make it nice and rounded around the back of the skull. And the front also, like this. So decide which is your top of the head. Go a third and kind of here to the side, and you'll have your eye socket like that. Yeah, and then you will have your nose. You don't really have to add the clay like I've shown you on the other face and the other head. If you like, you can just poke a hole through and make your nostrils this way, but I do like to have a little bit of a bump, if you like, but this is not necessary for this demonstration anyway. So anyway, it's just so that we know what we... Oh, I've done it wrong. Have I? No, I haven't. So sorry. There you go. I have not. These are our eye sockets. That's our nostrils. Now let's say you want to have a closed mouth. You don't need to add anything here. You can still have a little bit of a a mark there just as a bottom of your jaw if you wish. But what you do, you decide where your mouth starts. Let's say it's at the bottom of your eye socket so that you can get it even. So you're gonna just a little mark on both sides like so, just so you know what you're doing. And then gently, not completely, just make a little line that goes all the way around just to mark where your mouth is going to be. And then you do that as evenly as you can. If you mess it up, you just rub over, get rid of all the mark. And so once you get it kind of straight, what I do, I grab any tools, like I mean I've got this pointy one, or you can also grab any other tools you have, and you push like so on that side, and I'll show you with the other tool as well. It's probably better to use a pointy one. You push in like that, sideways, and then up a little bit so that you've got that little bit there. I'm going to do this again on this side with this tool. So you push and lift slightly like that, and then once your line is straight, you can just go in with your tool, press in a bit more until you get to the other side. Give it a little bit of a smooth, like so, and then tidy up a little bit there like that. Make sure there is no cracks. Tidy up, make sure that there's no bits. And so you have this for now. Yeah. Then what you can do, if you want to make it a little bit more, well, detailed, I suppose, just grab a little bit of clay, just a couple of little bits, and you will put them on the side like that and just blend it in everywhere, all the way around, so you have a little bit more of a cheek if you like. Blend like so, and grab your tool again and just do that bit there. Yeah, so you've got that. Do the same on the other side. You put it just above the little hole there and blend in like that everywhere. Just leave the front bit. There you go. So you've got a little bit more detail on your cheek, both sides, and push your tool just round the edge a little bit again, and then you've got this. Okay, now obviously you are going to, if you like, of course, you are going to do your marks with the back of the pen, just random marks for detail, like so, everywhere. you like. At the bottom. That's like that. And then what I do, I grab a needle tool. And I poke some holes so it makes it look as if there's teeth there and like the dragon is kind of grinning. So you'll go, don't have to go very, very deep, but just deep enough. So you go in the middle and then you space it as if it were teeth, like that. And then you go all the way around. Don't push all the way through, just kind of halfway, like that. About this much in, which is less than just a few millimeters. And you go all the way around. And then, like this, looks like it has teeth. See? And that's pretty much how I do the closed mouth. Now, if you want to go deeper in, so that it looks even more realistic, you just go in more and then squeeze a little. You'll go in more with your needle tool, like so. Push a little bit, and then you will do your teeth impression again. And then the teeth will appear as if they're deeper in. There you go. And then, of course, if you like, you can do some marks to the lips if you want, just to give it a bit extra detail there. And the bottom if you wish. I hope it's clear enough there. And so that's how I personally make. In fact, you can even do a little mark like that. Just a little indent. And that's how I would do the closed mouth. Just thought I wanted to show you this, just in case. Okay, I hope that helped. And I've made this one as well. Obviously this has got ice and everything, but you already know how to do that. And that's the other one. You have already seen it. And that's that. One more thing I wanted to show you, actually, while I've got the wet clay here. The other way you can make scale is you grab a little blob of soft clay, and then you grab teeny tiny pieces, like very little pieces, and you smudge them randomly everywhere. And when you have a big area made like this, it actually looks really nice. But you have to make sure your clay is wet. So if, let's say, the surface you're applying it to is too wet, you'll put a little bit, it's too dry, sorry, you'll put a little bit of water, like so. And then you just grab teeny tiny bubble balls of clay. If you can make it into a round little bit, and then you'll stick them down like so. And when it dries, it looks really nice, a really nice effect. I'll show you on the other head, because I have done this on the other head, but I didn't show you when I was sculpting the dragon. So obviously the bigger the area, the more impact this effect has, but I'm just going to do a little bit so I can show you what I mean. So this is what it would look like that. Yeah, but then when it dries, it will look quite funky and dragony, so like this. And I find that it works very nicely on the head, but you can try it on every part, any other part of the body. It's just a long process, because you know, it's only little bits at a time, but I do like it. Okay, and that's everything else that I wanted to show you, I think. Well, I've completed my dragon now. I've done all my decoration off camera, and I attached all the bits that I wanted off camera, because I didn't want you to have to look at the, I don't know, 24-hour video. But yep, it's all done now. And I'm going to put some photos at the end of the video so you can see it properly. And that's all from me.